I now understand what happened to my daughter Victoria on that terrible day, almost a year ago. Because of me, a rebellious wanton named Nicky Smith was born. Thank the Lord I have been able to erase all memories of the incident from Victoria's mind. But what of Nicky? What secrets lie in her memory? I pray she never reappears.
That, my friend, is one prayer I fervently hope will never be answered.
You wouldn't feed this baby grown-up food, so why feed it?
Show.
I don't care what you say. This is my outfit. This is what I'm wearing to my party.
Yippee-i-o-ki-yay!
What happened to Marie Antoinette?
Oh, I sent her packing. Darling, I know you're happiest when you're home on the range, and besides, I wanted you to be comfortable at your own party, so, Amy and I went shopping this afternoon. She helped me pick this out.
You're not disappointed going to the party with a cowboy instead of a French king?
Nope, I'm going to the party with the king of the cowboys.
Good, because I'm going to tell you something. That costume was a royal pain.
Well, maybe we can keep him and have a private little party of her own. I think Marie Antoinette would love having you in her boudoir.
Are you kidding me? It would take us all night just to get out of those outfits.
Practice makes perfect. Oh, darling, happy birthday. Oh, and you want to know what I got you?
No, but I do want an honest answer.
About what?
About why you're compromising like this. Like, you trying to talk me into let that street urchin stay here? She should have been on the bus this morning after breakfast.
The truth?
Uh-huh.
All right, the truth is, she reminds me of someone.
Oh, as if I didn't know. Who?
Oh, you devil. Yeah, I just remember how much I needed someone to look after me and care for me. I mean, I was so confused and frightened when I was a little girl. And every time I look in Amy's eyes, I see myself staring back at me, all that pain, and I just want to reach out, and I want to hold her, and I want to give her all the help that I so desperately needed. Now, is there anything wrong with that?
Of course not, honey. Your heart's as big as the whole outdoors. And that's one of the things I love most about you. You want a helpless little thing. You got my blessing.
Oh, Asa, darling, thank you.
But Renee, be careful. I don't want all that kindness thrown right back in your face. So just go slow, okay?
I will.
Ah, right on time. Come on in. So what do you think? Is it everything that I promised?
Oh, it's more, much more, Michael.
And you look even sexier than I thought you would.
You like?
I like. Very much.
Thank you so much for the invitation and the costume. Fraser seemed a bit put out earlier on.
About what?
About you escorting me to the party tonight.
Fraser's nothing more than an employee.
Oh?
Mm-hmm.
Does she know that?
Gabrielle, there has never been, nor will there ever be, anything between Fraser and me.
Are you sure about that?
Does that answer your question?
Perfectly.
You know, we could be fashionably late for the party. It would be fun to delve into some Olympic fantasies.
That does sound exciting. But why don't we wait until after the party? I hate it when I have to keep one eye on the clock.
Right. All right. Party first. fun later. Oh, damn, I don't have my medallion. Right back. There. Outfit complete. Shall we?
By all means.
Where are Mom and Dad?
Oh, they'll be down in a minute. Now, they have a very special surprise for you.
What is it?
Well, sit down on the sofa and keep your eye on the door. Are we ready? We're ready!
Oh, wow! You look like one of those old-time movie stars. Yeah, all right.
Well, well, you boys are just the ticket to lift a girl's spirits.
May I present my card?
Cuthbert Twilly, all right. Wow.
Novelties and notions. What kind of notions you got in mind, big boy?
Well, perhaps we can ruminate on that interesting little topic after the ball. Then again, my little chickadee, perhaps we could do some ruminating now.
My.
You guys ought to take this little show on the road. You know, you're great.
Oh, yes, a little hard on the anatomy, though.
Oh, where's your costume? Aren't you going?
Yeah, sure. I'm going to be a little bit late. I just wanted to see if you'd give these to Ace as some papers he wanted to have a look at.
A pleasure to help a gentleman in need, especially if that gentleman's my brother.
I hope you get there in time for Asa to have his cake.
Yeah, well, no, I wouldn't miss that.
Yeah, it would be very nice if both his sons were there when he blows out all those candles.
Not to worry, my little orange blossom. I wouldn't disappoint the birthday boy. I think I need a nose. You know, I'm going to make some calls. Could I borrow the phone in the den?
Yeah, but the staff is going with us, Bo, so lock up when you leave, will you?
Yeah, sure. Don't worry about a thing, okay? You guys look great. Trick or treat.
Look at these big boys.
Get in gear, boys! We got things to do, places to go, people to see.
Come on, go.
Hey, all right.
Go ahead.
Mrs. B, are you happy?
I am ecstatic. It's wonderful to have the whole family together.
Ah, yes. Our nation's greatest resource, the family. Along with some other natural resources I could mention.
I didn't know you were such a patriotic American.
Yes, indeed.
Oh, I forgot my purse. Go ahead, I'll be right there.
All right.
I'm coming, big boy.
In Home After Home, people are throwing out cleaners they don't need, because all they need...
Well, honey, shall we hit the trail?
Water side. Ho! Hey, nice costumes. It's a little better than those French frou-frous.
Oh, thanks, Drew, I think.
Why aren't you dressed for the party? You're going to be late for all the festivities.
Actually, I'm not gonna go.
Why not?
Well, the thing of it is that I have a paper due for school on Monday, and I haven't even started yet, so I really got to get cracking.
But, Drew, Don, everybody you know is going to be there.
So?
Hey, are you shy or something? Come on. Everybody's going to be so disappointed.
Well, I'm out of here.
Who are you?
Well, who's asking?
Oh, Drew, this is Amy Hayes. She's visiting for a spell. She came last night when you were at school and working.
Hey, that's a great costume. Are you going as a homeless person?
Cute. Do you have a name?
This is my grandson, Drew.
Are you a friend of the family's?
Yeah, sure. I'm one of Ace's favorite house guests.
Of all the ungrateful little...
Asa, darling.
Hey, would you happen to have a date for the party?
Well, no, I was just...
Well, that's
gonna
great.
go.
Then you could go with me and we could get to know each other better. I tell you what, I'll run upstairs, I'll throw something together, and you hang tight, okay?
Drew, wait. Now what are we gonna do?
Well, I guess you've just got to hang tight. I mean, Drew's going to be very disappointed if you come back, and if he comes back and you're not here.
Sure. What the hell, I'll stay. What's a couple hours? Right, Asa?
Yeah, right.
So with any luck, Stars should be up and running in about 2 weeks.
Well, that's good news, Rob. I know a lot of people depend on Stars bringing in a lot of money.
Oh, sure. And the employees are anxious to get back to work.
Permit me to introduce myself.
Herb, why don't you go put the bite on somebody else? You want something to drink?
Yes, thank you.
I hope you're not going to pound on the steak Rob just drove through my heart.
Well, can you blame him, Dad, after the way you treated him before?
But Cassie, I was just doing my job. I thought at least my own daughter would understand.
What I don't understand is why you didn't just come to me first with your suspicions.
You know I couldn't do that.
No, because then you couldn't plan your surprise police raid, and I know how much you love surprises, Dad.
Why are you jumping on my case like this?
Because I really resent you coming in here and expecting me to act nice as if nothing happened.
Well, I'm not going to stand here and apologize. The evidence was handed to me, and I had to act on it.
Without talking to me about it first.
My hands were tied, Cassie. I am morally bound to uphold the law and not give you information because you're my daughter.
Okay, fine. And I guess you better not let anybody see you talking to Snow White.
Oh, come on now. You're being ridiculous.
Am I? I mean, really, what if someone important sees you talking to me and they might think you're giving away secret state evidence?
All right, look, I know you're upset, and if you want to take it out on me, fine, but drop the sarcasm, all right?
All right. I'm sorry. I am. I guess I just really want to know if this is all true.
What?
Your charges against Rob.
Honey, that's what I'm trying to find out.
Then the investigation is still open?
Well, I guess there's no secret. My office is still working on it. And as much as it pains me to say this, darling, I think we're going to turn up something against Rob sooner or later, probably soon. But you didn't get that from me, understood?
Understood.
Good, because the only reason I told you that much is... Well, all things considered, I think you should postpone your wedding.
Well, if it isn't Prince Charming. So tell me, Prince, were you always this good looking, or did you used to be a frog?
What?
Was ribbit once in your vocabulary?
Excuse me.
What? Wait a minute now, this is live. Oh my goodness, this is an interesting costume.
Oh, it feels so good to be out enjoying myself again. Particularly when I'm on the arm of the most handsome man in the entire room. I wonder if Max and Steve will be here.
I'm sure they will be.
Are you looking for anyone in particular?
Just anybody I might know.
Well, you know me, and I expect to have your entire attention the whole night.
Go in here. Oh, no. You're not going anywhere.
Yeah, well, neither are you.
Look, I really resent you trying to butt into my personal life.
What is so outrageous about asking you to postpone your wedding until this case is resolved?
Because unlike some people I know, I trust Rob, and I am not going to break off my engagement to him just to make you happy.
You just put it on hold for a minute.
No, you never
and listen to
trusted Rob,
reason?
did you? You didn't give him the benefit of the doubt when Joanna came to town, and now that she's finally out of our lives, and I finally have a chance at some happiness with Rob, you want to come between us again.
Have it your own way.
Believe me, I will. Because nothing is going to make me doubt Rob's innocence or change my plans to marry him. Nothing. Excuse me. Rob. Where's John?
Oh, I see Snow White over here. So tell me, have you lost your Prince Charming?
I hope not, Melinda. I certainly hope not.
Nice touch. Not too subtle, but appropriate.
Can the chatter. You being watched?
I don't know, but Herb's at the party, so make it quick.
Nosy DA is here, huh? Good. He's the first to go.
So the assignments are in?
That's right. The boss is putting a list in motion, and Herb Callison is going to be the first hit. Especially now that he's got wind of our plan.
So when does the hitman come to land you?
He's here now.
So who is it?
Robert Coronel.
Me?
Yeah. The boss figures you're the perfect one for the job.
Wow, this is some batch.
Well, you just stick with the king of the road here, and I'll take you places you've never been.
Oh, I bet. One question, though.
Shoot.
What's in the bandana?
Train tickets. I hate riding in boxcars. Come on, let's get some punch.
Asa, darling, aren't you glad we agreed to have this party?
Yes, it's very nice to have the whole family together. Where's Bo?
Stopped by the house. Said he'd be late. Asked me to give you these papers, Paul.
Are you sure he's going to make the party?
Well, of course he will. But until he shows, why don't you let him keep you occupied, big boy?
Well, I may be big, sugar, but I ain't no boy.
Why don't we go over and say hello to the Buchanans?
I'd love to.
Hello, everybody.
What interesting costumes.
Victoria, no! Come back! Come back at once! Do you hear me? Victoria!
Oh, Vicky!
Here, here.
I'm so sorry.
Sit down, honey.
I'm sorry. I'm all right now, really. I'm all right. Goodness.
Here's your purse, Mom.
Thank you, darling. Thank you very much.
What on earth could have caused that?
Yes, what indeed? Are you okay, Mom?
Yes, darling, I'm fine. Thank you.
Honey, what happened?
It's a bit embarrassing. I'll tell you later, okay?
Well, maybe I should take you home.
No, I wouldn't dream of it. These children have been looking forward to this party for weeks. I wouldn't spoil it for them.
If you're not feeling well...
Sweetheart, I tell you what, I'll take some aspirin. I have some in my bag. I just need something to wash it down with.
I'll get you some ginger ale.
Thank you. Hey, I want you to go and make sure that Joey and Jessica are having a good time, okay?
Okay, Mom.
Thanks.
She's...
Oh, dear. This isn't my purse. Maybe there's identification inside. What on earth is that?
Oh, my God. Vicky's got my purse and Michael's tape.
Listen to me. You're not going anywhere.
Hello, Cord.
Hello, Cord. That's all I get for the one, the only Don Jose, man of the world, fighter of bulls, Latin lover extraordinaire. All right, what is it? What's going on? How come you're not all dressed up for this party tonight?
Cord, about tonight.
Look, if you're worried about the way you look in that outfit, honey, I'm telling you, you look fantastic. You're gonna walk downstairs as Carmen, and people are gonna turn their head 360.
I'm sorry to do.
There's no identification, no label on the tape, nothing.
Well, I would imagine it wouldn't be too long before...
Brother owns the place. I was here waiting for him. This is the Halloween burglar.
I was petrified when that awful man lunged at me. He would have killed me if you hadn't stopped him.
Yeah, well, that scream did sound pretty real.
Well, then you believe me. You let me go?
What? No. That's not up to me. You just witnessed a crime here. You're gonna have to answer a few questions from the police.
The police?
Yeah, the police. Why don't you call them, all right, while I attend to our little friend here.
Do you know him?
No, but he is the Halloween burglar. I know from his limp. Saw it a few years back. It's the same one I saw when he was following you.
Oh, awfully fancy watch for a burglar.
This isn't his watch.
Look, we're both real excited about this party tonight. You know that? I mean, my whole family's gonna be down there. All of our friends are gonna be there too.
All the more reason not to put on a full.
I do. All right. It's just that some. Relationships are different. That's all. Some are real intense, you know, and others.
What if I want that kind of intensity? What if I'm not willing to settle for less than that?
Nobody said that you should. It's just that some relationships, the ones without so much fireworks, they're the ones that last longer. You know what I mean?
You don't believe that. And even if you do, I don't.
Look, I think we just ought to give this some time. You know what I'm saying? So why don't you put your costume on? We'll go down to the party tonight.
I don't
we'll have a
care
good
about
time.
this party, all right? You know that my father has been trying to get me to move out to California with him.
Uh-huh.
Well, I've been using work as an excuse, but now he's made arrangements for me to work.
Come out, but did they have to turn this place into a graveyard?
Tell me about it. With Mary Lynn working late at the studio and the crowd that I expected, we passed on those invitations to Ace's birthday party. Dumb move, huh?
Guess we made the same one.
You did?
Well, don't look so shocked, Mr. Coleman. I may be new in town, but I happen to have some very influential friends. Wanda Wallach, for one. She had an extra invitation. She offered it to me.
Well, then you should go. I think that's great. Don't worry about me. I'll clear up after the toga twosome over there. And you just go on ahead.
Unescorted? No way. Let's take care of the trick-or-treaters over there, and let's go together. Remember.
I can't help it. I feel bad being here without Wade.
Oh, it's not your fault, Mary Lynn. Taping ended early. You make a perfect Juliet.
Thanks. And you're not such a bad Princess Di.
Ah, Madame is too kind. But what is Princess Di without her Prince Charles?
I couldn't agree with you more, which is why I'm going to find a phone and call my Romeo over at Angelberger and have him meet me here as soon as he can.
Well, don't look now, but I think he read your mind.
Wait. Oh, excuse me, Your Highness, but tonight Romeo and Juliet have a happy ending.
Charles Alexander George Mountbatten. Or was it Charles Mountbatten Alexander?
Max.
How soon they forget. Once I was your darling Charles Alexander George Mountbatten. Or was it Charles Mountbatten Alexander?
It doesn't matter. You're here.
I figured Asa could not turn away the Prince of Wales, even if he hates Max Holden as much as he does for buying out WVLE from underneath him.
Oh, so you didn't call Fraternity Row and find out what I was wearing?
Pure coincidence. The ballroom awaits. Come, my princess. Let's strut.
Well, aren't you worried about being thrown out? I mean, not having an invitation?
Well, I just figured everyone would think that I was with you.
You sure I shouldn't take you home?
No, Dad, really. It was just a little bit of dizziness, nothing more.
Nothing more? Only 1 minute you're fine, the next minute you're fainting.
Well, I can't explain it, but I started to remember and an explosion. And my father calling me to come back.
Come back? Come back from where?
I don't know, but for some reason, all that just now came flooding back on me.
Vicky, I'm so glad to see you feeling better.
Thank you, Gabrielle. I'm sorry if I startled you when I fainted, and I do appreciate your catching me.
Oh, well, I'm glad I was there to help. Look, during the scuffle, we got our bags mixed up. I think this is yours.
Oh, wonderful. This belongs to you, then. I'm very glad to be able to return it to the rightful owner.
Well, there was nothing important in mine.
Good.
Well, what about the tape?
What tape?
Oh, this tape. I'm sorry. I found it when I was looking for identification. You don't really see reels like that anymore, do you? My father had an old reel-to-reel recorder like that when I was a child, and I have a box full of those reels in the attic. But where on earth did you get a hold of that?
Your sister, you go with them, and you stayed here, and something didn't work. And something didn't work out for us. Sarah, that wouldn't be fair for you.
You know, there's this old song that I used to love to dance to. It was called Love Has No Pride. And I think you and I just danced to two different tunes.
Sarah, please, this doesn't have to happen.
Look, I know if the situation was reversed, I would do anything to get you to stay.
I wish there was something I could do, something
You
I
already
could say.
have said something. Look, I appreciate your honesty, all right?
Oh.
I know where I stand.
Starting tonight? I mean, put your costume on, okay? We will go downstairs. We will have a great time. I guarantee you, it'll be just us. And
I really think that the kindest thing that you could do right now for me would be to just leave.
Sarah,
Please.
The press release that said you were coming to the party as Juliet. I just took the liberty of dressing like Romeo. I hope you're not angry.
No. If anything, I'm flattered.
Well, don't worry, I'm not going to hover. I just sort of wanted to see how the other half has fun.
I doubt they have more fun than anyone else. But I won't shatter your fantasy. Your secret's safe with me.
Well, thank you, Mary Lou. I mean, Juliet. And may I show my appreciation by getting us a glass of punch?
Romeo, I'd be charmed.
Looks like Snow White lost her best friend.
I just had a run-in with Dracula.
I beg your pardon?
My dad.
Well, that explains this. I just saw Herb leaving. He looked very glum. You want to talk about it?
No, not really. In fact, as soon as Rob gets back, I just want to leave the house. Pre-wedding jitters, that's all, and I'll get over it. I will. Somehow.
Cassie, can I see you for a minute? Melinda, you don't mind, do you?
Well, what a swell party this is, even if I do say so myself.
I'm going to say it for you, Renee. It's the best darn birthday party I ever had, except for that.
Oh, darling, come on, lighten up. Drew's having fun.
It's who he's having fun with that bothers me. That delinquent from New York has already got a clause into my grandson.
Well, it seems to be a mutual attraction. Lead him to it, unless it's just an excuse.
Excuse for what?
I'm dealing with a mutual attraction that's a little closer to home. Mr. Buchanan, this is your last chance to back out. In a little while, we're going to make an announcement. And after that, I'll let you go.
And that is just the way I wanted, Renee. Or should I say, the future Mrs. Asa Buchanan. I do love you. May I have this dance?
All this and all the others.
It's funny, my father used to have an old reel-to-reel, and one of my relatives sent this from Argentina. I'm just hoping that it's an old birthday reel that he made for me.
You mean you don't know what's on the tape?
Well, I have nothing to play it on.
Oh.
Well, that problem's easily solved. You can use the one we have at the Banner.
Really? Oh, Clint, that would be wonderful. Would you mind if I used it tonight?
You mean you want to leave the party? I thought you came with Michael Graham.
Well, that's just a business arrangement. He needed an escort, and so did I, so I don't think he'd mind if I left the party early.
Oh.
Fine. Call the city desk, ask for Briggs, and tell him I said it's okay to use the recorder.
Clint, I don't know how I'll let you.
Well, I hope it brings back fond memories for you.
So do I, Vicky. So do I.
I have a friend who said.
You tell Captain Gerritsen that I'll be happy to testify, okay? Anytime, any place.
Well, I'll do that, Mr. Buchanan, but I'm sure he'll want to thank you both personally.
Well, it was nothing, really.
Nothing. Thanks to you, the whole town can relax next Halloween.
Well, this creep relaxes in jail. Move it.
Thanks again, sir. Ma'am.
But it was all Mr. Buchanan's doing. Isn't that what they call material evidence? He gave them his gun. Why not the watch?
This watch belongs to me.
How in the world did he get it from you?
He took it a few years ago. You know, on a different Halloween night.
Mr. Buchanan, are you okay?
This watch was my wife, my late wife. To Bo, with love that time can never change. Dee.
I'm really sorry. I didn't know it meant so much to you. You know, you can tell me to mind my own business, but you look like a guy who could use a party.
My father's party. I'm just not in the mood to put in an appearance there now.
Well, a party's supposed to cheer you up. Besides, there's a lady here who's in need of an escort.
From the looks of it, I'd say the lady could do a little better on her own. You know, I'm not even in a costume.
Well, if the lady likes you the way you are, I'm sure your father wouldn't object either.
You just don't take no for an answer, huh?
Well, you saved my life. That means you're responsible for me. At least for tonight.
Well, you put it that way. Fine. Let's go.
Your arm, sir?
So...
Are you sure that we don't look ridiculous?
Oh, I don't know. I feel like this costume was made for me. Oh, look, there's Mary Lynn and Wade.
Oh, it's my favorite couple.
Uh-oh.
Sorry, Mary Lynn. We thought it was Wade.
It's okay, Gilbert. I made the same mistake. Neil Delaney, this is Wanda Wolick and Gilbert Lang.
Nice to meet you.
Yes, well, the same here.
How do you do?
What is this? The big television star has to go to central casting to get a substitute husband?
No, not quite. Neil just happened to show up in the same sort of costume I did, right, Neil?
Yes, that's right.
Lucky lady. When Wade comes, you'll have 2 Romeos.
Well, I don't know about that. I tried to call him at Angelburger and nobody answered the phone. And I would track him down, but Ace and Renee haven't made their big announcement yet.
Well, he's probably very busy and he just didn't get a chance to get to the phone.
Someone from your club.
Yeah, I know, but he's smarter than I thought. 1 minute I had him in my sights, and the next minute, well, he slipped out.
All right, that's it. I'm leaving. If he's out there somewhere, I have to...
Cassie, no. You're gonna sit tight right here.
John, I cannot do that. Now, this is not another everyday case. I have got to find out the truth about what's going on.
Michael.
Are you sure? That just doesn't make sense.
Morning, Vicky.
Cord, hi. If you want your father, he's been embroiled with the bank for the last hour.
I guess a good thing I came up to see CJ. Then I'm going to head up to the nursery, see him. I'll talk to you.
Damnation! I will never understand how that woman's mind works. That's assuming that it does work.
Sweetheart, why don't you share this crisis with us?
Yeah, what's the matter, Clint? You bounce a check over at the bank?
I'd love to bounce your ex-wife right on her head. Maybe to shake some sense into her.
Oh, dear. What's Tina done?
That was Mr. Fitzpatrick. Seems she's screwed up on her checking account.
Oh. Well, didn't you tell him that she's out in Arizona?
Yes. I explained to him that Tina has been on the move, first in Texas, now in Arizona. He's tried several times to reach her. He can't contact her. It seems that our little Tina is overdrawn on her checking account.
Is that all?
I got to go along with Vicky on this one, Clint. I mean, what's new there?
I'm not talking about just a few bucks here or a few bucks there, Cord. Tina is $20,000 in the red.
I hope you save me some coffee. Make that a gallon of coffee.
Need the old jump start this morning, do we? Usually up and gone by this hour.
Yeah, my alarm clock just didn't go off this morning.
Or maybe you stayed out a little late last night and just slept right through it, huh?
I'm gonna take this coffee in the kitchen and see if I can get some breakfast.
Drew, you know, I missed you at the party last night. By the time I got there, Asa said you'd already left with Renee's friend, little Amy.
It was a nice party if you like the dress-up crowd. We just felt like doing something a little more fun.
Yeah? Like what?
Well, it was Halloween. So what do you do but trick or treat?
Thanks, Nigel. I know the way. Sounds like Rafe.
Yeah, I gotta get some breakfast before I get...
Good morning, Drew. You going someplace?
Oh, good morning, cousin. What brings you out this hour?
Ask your son. You're facing about a half dozen charges, young man, starting with reckless endangerment.
What do you want to talk about?
After I came home last night and read Cassie's note, I didn't know what to think. I thought maybe you could fill me in.
Me enlighten you?
Yeah, you're a partner. Don't you know why she suddenly packed up and took off for Europe?
Oh, yeah, I got a vague idea.
Well, you want to share it with me? If it has something to do with the case,
You're damn right it has something to do with the case.
What the
And it's
hell
all
is-
about you.
What the hell is going on
No more
here?
lies, Rob. I want the truth from you right now.
Here's what to do when you don't find the rainbows in this time.
What lies? What the hell has gotten
Except
into
you
you?
don't know. I'm the one that stole that book. That's right. The book that you told Cassie was filled with names of your associates. Only it was a hit list, Rob. Your hit list.
John, I know what you think.
No,
but
it's not think. Man, I read it right there in black and white. The mob wants every one of those names erased. And that's not all. I was at Ace's party when you snuck out to meet your favorite hitman. You gonna deny that too, Rob? You gonna tell me that I didn't see you go out to meet that thug that was dressed up like the executioner?
What you saw and what really went on are two different things. Now, if you let me explain...
No, I don't want any more explanations. All I care about is Cassie's health. Not because you broke her heart, because I think she'll get over that. But because you, man, you are hazardous to her health.
Now, do you think for 1 minute that I would ever hurt Cassie? I mean, my God, after everything I've been through with her, haven't I already proved how much I love her?
What you've proved to me, yeah, just possibly, you may not let them hurt her. But I'll tell you one thing, you'll let them go after me or her or anybody else on that list.
No, it's not like that at all.
Then how is it? And you tell me the truth this time. Because I'm going to take that book and I'm going to go to the cops and I'm going to tell them everything I know.
No, you can't.
You can't lie? You tell me one more lie, one more excuse, and I'm going to nail you, but good.
Damn it, John. If you go to the police, that means certain death for Cassie. For all of us.
Seems some people found it amusing to take a metal chain and lock a car to a pole. When the car pulled away, it lost its bumper. Yeah, it's lots of laughs, isn't it, Drew?
You pulled a stunt like that, Drew?
Bo, I never did.
You might as well come clean, Drew. We got a witness who described you to a T, heard the person you were with refer to you by name.
Well, there must be some mistake.
The mistake was yours. You see, you picked the wrong car to fool around with. It happened to belong to Dick Schofield, whose son is a cop. Now, lucky for you, all Mr. Schofield lost was a bumper.
Look, Rafe,
Now let him finish. Go on, Rafe.
Now, Mr. Schofield remembers pulling a few Halloween pranks in his time, so he's willing to not press charges. If you can pay him back for the damages.
Pay him back with what?
You know, that bumper is the least of your problems, pal.
Oh, come on, Bo. You heard Rafe. Mr. Schofield isn't that upset. He remembers pulling a prank or two in his day.
Oh, is that so? Well, then maybe you wouldn't mind offering us the name of the person who helped you in this little prank.
Helped me?
Yeah, like I said, Mr. Schofield heard someone call you by name. He didn't see a face. You're gonna have to tell us yourself.
The name, Drew.
Bo, I can't.
Can't or won't?
Take your pick. Look, you can put all the blame on me if that's what you want to do, but I'm not going to start naming names.
Drew, I've gone out on a limb for you, but you know I'm getting tired of you.
If he's willing to take the blame for this whole thing, he's willing to suffer the consequences on his own, that's enough, isn't it?
Bo, I admire his loyalty, too. But unless he understands the seriousness of all this...
Well, if he doesn't, I'm going to make sure that he does. And would you please tell Mr. Schofield that I apologize and I'd be happy to pay for all the damages to his car in full.
I'll tell him. Drew, that's strike one. Family or no family. In this town, strike two, and you're out.
Some cops think they have to scare you to get a point across. You know, that might work with...
You know, I've just about had all I'm going to take from you, young man. Rafe is not just a cop. He's family. He is a Buchanan. And so are you. You're going to have to realize that with that name comes responsibility.
Bo, I am not trying...
I'm not finished yet. You are going to pay me back every red cent that it costs to repair that car.
Yeah, that could cost hundreds of dollars.
Yeah, well, you should have thought of that last night. Now, if you don't have enough up there in your piggy bank, I'll garnish your wages from that angel burger.
Come on, Bo, that's all the money I've got.
You'll survive, Drew. You know, the next time you feel like playing a little practical joke, I think you better stick to whoopee cushions.
Oh, wait a minute. I mean, Tina's always been a big spender, but how could she possibly be that far overdrawn in such a short time?
What surprises me is she's supposed to be recuperating down there. I don't know where she would have the time or the energy to go out on some kind of a shopping spree.
Well, it could be just a bookkeeping error down at the bank. At any rate, I told Mr. Fitzpatrick I'll cover the overdraft until he can contact Tina.
I think maybe we ought to get in touch with her ourselves.
Well, there you go. I agree with you again, Vicki. Can I use your phone?
Yes, by all means.
Thank you.
Sweetheart.
What?
I don't want you getting yourself all wound up over Tina's troubles with her checking account.
Darling, listen, you said yourself it could be something serious, right? It doesn't make any sense.
I know what I said. But you've had a pretty tough, rough 24 hours. Now, who was tossing and turning all night long last night?
Well, I know I didn't sleep, but that's... It's all because of this pin. It's something about this pin. I keep trying to figure out why it made me have such a bad dream and why on earth I would have recalled that dream so vividly during the middle of a party last night.
My whole point is that I want you to forget the dream, the pin, the party, and anything and everything that can upset you, including Tina.
Yeah, excuse me, operator. I'm having trouble placing this call. Could you try putting it through for me? Thank you.
Darling, I cannot forget about the dream. For some reason, it had an enormous impact on me, and I don't even know what it means.
I know what it means. It means you're tired, you're overstressed, and you need a break. We both do.
Well, that's certainly true, isn't it? But, I mean, what are we going to do? We can't just go off on vacation.
Well, maybe not to the South Seas or the Greek Isles, but how about someplace closer to home?
Oh, the cabin. Oh, it's beautiful there now.
You read my mind.
Ah.
Huh? We can have some peace and quiet. Maybe a touch of romance. Might be good for what ails you.
Thank you. Damn.
What is it?
I wish I knew, Clint. I just can't get in touch with Tina.
What did the operator say?
That's the strange part. She said that the phone down at the ranch is out of order.
John,
If I have had to practice deception, it's because it's the only way to protect Cassie.
Protect yourself, you mean?
Yeah, I won't deny that either. My life is on the line, just like Cassie's and yours and a hell of a lot of other people's. If anything we say here leaks out, you can build my coffin.
Oh, come on, stop the melodrama and start talking.
Okay? You were on target when you said that I'd been in contact with
Rob, tell me something I don't know, will you? Like, what did you do with the money?
You know?
Yeah.
Okay, yes. For the last few months, I've been running a financial laundry service through Stars.
Well, why? Why would you go to work for the very people you profess to hate?
It is part of a plan, a carefully orchestrated plan.
I don't doubt that. What, was the simple life too boring? You decided with the taxes and the long hours and the hard work, you'd just take the easy way out, the sleazy way out like your dad?
That's just the reaction I wanted to get. I wanted to let a select few know that I was back in the family. Not only that, but I wanted to move up in the organization.
I don't believe this. I mean, yeah, I believe it because I always suspected it. But you're telling me that you really wanted to move up there in the mob, that you were part of the organization. I am glad that Cassie's not around to hear this.
Now, before you play judge and jury, at least hear me out.
What's left to hear?
I'm working for the federal authorities. It is the truth, John. I'm not going through all this just to make my way up into the mob, but I want it to seem that way. The fact is, I'm working deep undercover for the feds.
Yeah, I'm J. Edgar Hoover.
John, you know that I love Cassie. Do you really think that I'd let them hurt her father, or you, or anybody else that cares about her? Damn it, John. I know I'm not your favorite person, but I'm not a killer.
You're telling me this whole thing was part of a plan for you to catch your father's killers?
Yes. Now, I've tried before, but all I've come up with is another flunky. And Mr. Big always seems to slip away. But this time, the feds are on my side. Now, I am going to get the top man who issued the order to kill my father. And if that means sticking my neck into a noose, so be it. But I am not going to risk Cassie's life or anybody else's. Now, do you understand?
If you're lying, you ought to be on Broadway. I don't think you're that good of an actor.
So you believe me? I can't tell you how much that means to me. I've been carrying around this secret for so long that... what's it matter? Who am I kidding?
Now, wait a minute.
This is just a temporary relief.
Rob, is there something you're not telling me? Did you leave something out?
Yeah. The mob is determined to test my loyalty. Last night at the party, you saw me getting my first assignment. I've been ordered to kill Herb Callison.
All right, that's it. That is it. You're through with this undercover work. We gotta go, and we gotta tell the feds to pick up the guys that gave you these marching orders right now.
What, and lose the top man again? No, don't you see, John? We have to find another way. Hello? Yeah, this is Rob Garneau. Who's this? Ah, of course. I've been expecting your call, Gunther.
Wait a minute. Her bank account is overdrawn, and now we can't even reach her?
Mm-hmm. Well, wait a minute. Just because the phone is out does not mean that Tina's in trouble.
Darling, this is Tina we're talking about. She is always in trouble.
Looks like I'm agreeing with Vicky for yet a third time.
Okay, fine. Why don't we just get all worked up here over a couple of unexplained events? Or maybe we could use our old melon and some common sense and explain them.
Okay, explain them.
All right, when it comes to the bank, we're gonna have to let the bank handle that. But as for the telephone, they could have had a storm. Lines could be down. Or they could be doing some minor repair work. Or a hundred different mundane reasons, none of which means that Tina's in trouble. Right, Cord? Do you agree or don't you? Am I right or wrong?
Yeah, I hate it when you're right like this.
All right, maybe I'll let my imagination run away a little bit.
Well, but that's been the pattern lately, honey. You're overreacting to everything, including your dreams.
All right, Doctor, what do I do when I have these feelings?
Well, you rest, you relax, you unwind. Which is precisely the reason I suggested going up to the mountain cabin for a few days. Don't you agree, Cord?
Oh, yeah. You should go up to the mountain. I think you ought to listen to the man, Vicky.
I don't really need these two Buchanan men to treat me like this. I think I'm perfectly capable of seeing the wisdom of a few days in the mountains.
Well, then it's settled. We're leaving.
Now, what about Tina?
Well, hey, I'm fixing to find out exactly what's going on with her. So as soon as I do find out, I'll give you all a call up at the cabin and tell you what I found out.
You hear that? Huh? The home front is in the best of hands, which leaves you free to be in mine.
Well, there's no getting out of that, is there?
No. So why don't we just go pack, say our goodbyes to the kids, and then we can head up to the cabin and you can start to relax. Hmm?
Yo, my man. As usual, your instincts were correct. This rustic hideaway should serve the purpose just fine.
Splish splash, I was taking a bath.
Whoa, Drew, where are you going in such a hurry?
School, and I'm already late.
School on such a beautiful day? No, it seems like somebody needs a day off.
Hey, come on, that's my history workbook.
Why read about it when you can do it? I mean, we made history last night. And if you ask me, I think we should stay today and celebrate.
Yeah, well, I'm lucky I'm not spending the day in court.
That's a good one. Come on, give me your books and let's just... Drew, you're really serious, aren't you?
Guess whose car we picked to have fun with last night? The father of an off-duty cop who got my name and passed it on to my cousin Rafe, who showed up a little while ago to tell Bo about it.
Hey, man, you didn't tell him that I was there.
What do you think?
Well, I'm sorry. But where I come from, people would do anything to save their own necks.
Yeah, well, where I come from, you don't rat on your friends. Anyway, Bo wasn't too bad, and I have to pay for the damages, but otherwise I'll live.
You know, you're all right. We think Drew Wild taking the heat for both of us. It takes guts.
Well, I figured I owed you. Because the truth is, I had a great time last night.
It was mint, wasn't it, when the fender fell off? I mean, I didn't even know you had that in you.
Well, what did you think?
Honest? I don't know. You kind of struck me as a cute little hick. But I'm sure once we start hanging out, you'll pick up some street smarts.
And you'll pick up some country savvy?
Yeah, y'all. But seriously, I want to help you out with the damages.
No, Amy, don't worry about it. I can handle it.
You think I'm broke, don't you? Well, it doesn't mean that Amy Hayes can't pay for her own freight. Look, you go to your history class, and when you get back, I'll have 1 or 2 surprises for you.
Okay, but Amy, would you keep it legal?
I always do. And give the teacher an apple for me.
Okay, I'll see you later.
There was the executioner, right?
Gunther's costume was highly appropriate.
What do you want?
He wants me to meet him in a bar across town for what he calls further instructions.
All right, no problem. I'll back you up.
No, you can't do that.
Rob, look, this is dangerous. If they catch on that you're working for the feds, you're going to be in trouble.
No, they won't, just as long as they don't see you keeping tabs on me. See, they don't trust me, John. That's why I have to do this solo.
Well, just one question. I mean, how much of a solo mission is this?
What do you mean?
Well, if you're working for the federal authorities, the local police raided your apartment. I mean, isn't Herb in on this scheme?
John, that's what I'm trying to tell you. I'm so deep undercover, nobody knows except the top echelon of the agency. The only reason I confided in you is because you left me no choice. That and...
And what?
I need your help. This order to hit Herb, I don't know if I can handle it on my own. I've got to find some way to distract the Gunther, delay him. Otherwise, Cassie's father is a dead man.
Yeah, Buchanan residence.
Cord? Is that you?
Tina? Girl, where have you been? We've been looking all over for you. In fact, I was just going to call one of the neighbors down at the ranch, hoping that they may be able to track you down.
You don't have to do that. I'm fine. Really, just fine.
Well, girl, we were really starting to wonder.
Yeah, I know. I know I haven't been real good about keeping in touch with you and stuff. That's why I was calling Vicky. I was surprised that you picked up the phone.
Well, it's no big mystery. I just stopped by to see CJ for a little while.
I can't get used to his new name. How is CJ? He's okay, isn't he?
Oh, yeah, he's doing just fine, except for the fact that he misses his mama something awful. Are you at the ranch right now?
At the ranch? Yeah. Yeah, of course I am. Where else would I be?
I don't know, Tia. It's just kind of funny that you can make outgoing calls from there, but nobody can make an incoming call.
That's because of the storm.
Storm?
Yeah. Yeah, there was this really big electrical storm here, and it knocked down all the phone lines. In fact, they just fixed ours.
Oh, they did? Uh-huh. Well, that's real interesting, considering I just talked to the weather service not 20 minutes ago, and they said there hasn't been a storm in that area for a couple of weeks now.
Well, it was one of those real sudden, isolated storms.
Uh-huh. Well, actually, I don't think the weather is the biggest of your problems right now.
It isn't?
No. I take it Mr. Fitzpatrick hasn't been able to call you since your phone's been hooked up.
Mr. Fitzpatrick?
Yeah, from Landview Bank and Trust. He called Clint a little while ago, said that your checking account is overdrawn to the tune of, $20,000.
20,000, huh?
Yeah. Well, I thought that was real strange. I mean, I know that you would rather chew nails than balance your checkbook, but I thought for sure you would know if you were that far overdrawn.
Yeah, Cord, that must be a bank mistake. I mean, I'll admit I've been careless with money in the past, but not with that much money.
Well, that's what I was going to say, but the whole thing, must have been some kind of misunderstanding. I couldn't imagine you doing that.
Yeah, well, don't even worry about that. Let's talk about what's important, like, are you sure CJ's okay? He is okay.
Yes, ma'am. He's growing like a weed.
I miss him so bad. Are you taking some pictures for me?
Well, I think I could do you one better than that. I was thinking about packing up old CJ and the two of us coming down to see you. How'd you like that?
No!
What?
No, you can't do that.
Tina?
Well, you see, it's my arm. It's still really weak and everything, and it hurts. I mean, I'm in a lot of pain ever since I got back from Texas.
Well, then wouldn't you like to have 4 extra hands helping you out?
Gosh, that would be great. It really would. It's just that, well, what if I'm not strong enough to hold CJ or play with him or anything? That would be awful.
Tina, I think the boy would just like to see his mama for a little bit.
Well, and I'd really like to see him, and I really miss him really bad. But listen, I've got to go right now, so please give CJ a big kiss for me, and I'll talk to you soon. Bye.
But, Tina,
Oh, boy. As much as I hate lying, he can't find out the truth.
For those with painful mouths...
See? Who we have here?
Hey, look at this. Looks like the babysitting service has already arrived, huh?
Hey, you got it. Tell you what, why don't you grab a teddy bear and join us?
All righty. Is that okay with you there, CJ? Huh? Clint and Vicky already take off?
Yeah, they call you?
Yeah, I wanted to get over here and wish him goodbye, but something came up. Anyway, I just wanted to tell Kim and Heron that I'm available if anything unexpected turns up.
Well, actually, I think you couldn't have arrived at a better time. See, I need to leave town myself for a little bit. I was wondering if you could look in on CJ when I'm gone.
Yeah, is that okay with you, buddy? What, are you on assignment for the band?
No, actually, this is more of the personal nature right now. See, I need to catch the first flight I can to Arizona to check up on Tina.
You make that sound a little bit urgent there, Cord. I thought her recovery was coming along nicely.
Yeah, well, physically, she's doing just fine. But I guess a few strange things have come up since then.
What's she gotten herself into this time?
Well, a bank called a little while ago, and it seems that Tina's overdrawn her checking account to the tune of $20,000.
Whoa.
hope she had a good explanation for that.
Well, I wish I knew if she had an explanation or not. The bank tried to get in touch with her today, couldn't do it. I called her down at the ranch. I couldn't do it, and then she called herself a little while ago.
Well, was that reassuring?
No, it wasn't. She said that the bank obviously made some kind of mistake. There's no way she could be overdrawn that much. And then she said that the reason the phone doesn't work is because there's been storms down in that area. Well, I had called the weather station not 2 minutes before Tina called, and they said there hasn't been a storm down there in months.
You know, this whole thing just sounds like typical Tina to me. I'm sorry, Cord, but I don't think that you should just assume the worst and go jump on an airplane.
Well, I would agree with you, except for the fact that, I mentioned that I would bring CJ down to Tina, and I thought for sure she'd jump at a chance to see her little boy.
Well, didn't she?
No, sir, she didn't. In fact, she made me promise that I wouldn't bring him anywhere near Arizona.
So that makes you think that maybe she's in trouble.
Yeah. Well, what else should I think? Come on, Bo, put yourself in my place. Now, obviously, she's not telling me the truth about something. So I think the best thing I can do is hightail it down there and find out exactly what's going on with her.
When you put it that way, I'm with you.
Yeah, well, I better get on the stake if I'm going to get back there. Get on that flight. Listen, I'm not going to have a chance to go over to the mansion and get all my stuff from Asa. I'm just going to wear whatever I got at the ranch. Would you talk to Asa and tell him where I'm going and why, please?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Thanks. I guess that's it. There's just one more thing. Give you to your Uncle Bo, okay? He's going to take good care of you for a little bit while Daddy's gone.
Yeah. You know what? I'm not really experienced with this age baby. Maybe you got an instruction manual laying around here somewhere?
No, that's all right. Hey, if you make any kind of mistake, old CJ here will tell you what to do, right?
Well, that's real big of you, buddy. You know what? Your daddy is very lucky that you're not older, so you could show him all the damage that a teenage son can do.
Oh? Am I getting the impression that maybe Drew's giving you a little hearty?
Yeah, me and the Landview Police Department. Who do you think decided that he would just pull a little Halloween prank last night?
Oh, yeah, what did he do? Did he get together with a couple of his buddies and go around TP in the whole neighborhood?
No, that's child's play. He decided that he would take a chain and hook it from the fender of a car to a post and then just watch the whole thing get yanked off.
What? Oh, Lord, if I had done something like that when I was his age, my daddy, L. Roberts, would have taken me and played the Yellow Rose of Texas upside my head.
Yeah, well, I was seriously considering that, but I thought I would just let him pay for the damages himself.
Oh, good idea. What about the guy who owned the car?
Well, he's willing to forgive and forget. You see that, CJ? Huh? I hope you learn a lesson, a good lesson, from your cousin Drew.
Yeah.
Or better yet, I just hope cousin Drew learned a real hard lesson on his own.
I wonder how much this would go for. What I need is something with solid value. Something like... sterling silver. Perfect.
Put that back.
Renee,
I said, put that back.
look, I know what you think, but it's not...
Do you? I can't believe this. Do you know how many times I've defended you to Asa? Refused to let anybody say anything bad about you, and this is how you repay me?
Hey, wait a minute, you're not even giving me a chance.
Honey, I've given you plenty of chances. I don't believe this. I was trying to help you, Amy. That's it. I've been off the street too long. There's some people who don't want to be helped. They're addicted to lying and stealing. Maybe that's where you need to go back to. Maybe you need to learn the hard way.
Okay, fine by me. I wish I never left.
Whoa, slow down, little gal.
I'm not your little gal. Oh, man, Adam.
What in the Sam Hill is with her?
Let her go, Asa. I can't believe that I was foolish enough to ask you to let her stay here. That I was foolish enough to think that I could help her save herself.
Renee, what did she do to you?
Nothing.
Come on, honey, what happened?
Oh, darling, it breaks my heart. She tried to steal that silver pillbox. I know, go on, say it. I told you so. You were right about her from the beginning.
Well, I tell you, I'd give anything if I was wrong, especially when I see how much she hurt you.
I thought I could reach her. I called all those shelters in New York. And they told me that she was orphaned real young. And then she was shuffled from foster home to foster home. And I thought she never had a real family.
So you tried to give her one. Nothing to be ashamed of, Renee.
No. But do you think I was really trying to help her, or was I just thinking of myself, trying to make up for something in my own life? You know, I really never saw Amy as she was. I was just trying to help this poor girl. I didn't want her to lead the life that I'd had to lead.
It is not your fault that she's a rotten apple. You want to do something? You want to help women who can't help themselves? We can set up a fund, create a home here. I've got the money, you've got the know-how. Together, Mr. and Mrs. Asa Buchanan Navy can keep a few gals off the streets.
Sometimes you are such a sweetheart.
Why, thank you, ma'am. I'll tell you what now. Let's call some shelters in New York and get some advice and see how we set one up here.
I think it's a wonderful idea. And you know, they might be able to help me with something else, too.
With what?
Well, they might have some information on Nikki Smith. She was living in New York in 1963. Vicky and Clint have called several shelters, but I'll call them all. I mean, I might be able to find some information that will lead us to Vicky's daughter.
Go for it.
Thank you, darling. I'll call from the study.
What's with the coat and gloves?
If Shed's spread country crock and dress for winter, so can I.
Oh, the winter collector pack.
Same rich buttery taste, though.
Plus fewer calories in margarine and no cholesterol.
That no-good delinquent wrote something to hurt Renee. Hold it right there, Amy.
It's my bag. Can't stop me from taking my own lousy bag.
This is my lousy house. And you answer in it.
I answer to no one.
In this home you do, and I want some answers.
I don't have to take this. I've already been kicked out once.
Ooh!
Let me go!
You will go when I throw you out, not before. Now, Renee told me you tried to steal from me. I want to know why.
It was just a little box. There are millions of things worth more in here. I don't know why you're making it such a big deal.
If you had just asked. Hell, if you'd asked Renee for the shirt off her back, she'd have given it to you. Why'd you have to take it like some common thief? What do you really like?
You don't understand. You couldn't possibly understand.
Renee, Amy, try me.
I did it for Drew.
Drew. I have heard of some tall tales in my times.
I was gonna hawk it to help him pay for the bumper, okay, you big old dope?
Well, Bo told me about what happened to Drew last night. He couldn't figure... Shoot, I should have known it was you.
Oh, that's right. I'm the big bad influence on your precious grandson. So go ahead and call me a thief because I tried to help him out.
How can one little girl be so obnoxious 1 minute and so humble the next?
What are you smiling about?
You. Big, mean Amy Hayes. And then the other side of your character shows up in the darndest places. Like this note you left for Renee. I had to read it. I was afraid you might hurt us some more.
I'd never hurt Renee.
I know that. I read it. Dear Renee, I am sorry for disappointing you.
Stop it.
You're the only person who's ever treated me with an ounce of respect. You're also the only one who's ever been nice to me without wanting something in return.
That's enough. It's for her, not you.
I'll never forget you. Love, Amy. Love, Amy. So the tough little cookie's got a soft center.
Well, that's more than I can say about you.
Oh, you're right about that. Old Asa, he's just tough as nails. And I'm going to make you an offer that you're going to have to say yes to. You see, I'm going to advance you the money to pay for your share of the damages.
Is that on the level?
That's something else. This is your part. You're going to pay me back, and quick. Every cent.
Is that it?
Oh, there's one more thing. You're gonna live here in this house.
I can live with that.
When I say jump, you ask how high. Can you live with that?
No negotiations? Not even...
Stop. Amy, take it or leave it.
It's a deal.
Well, it's not guaranteed. You can still get your throat cut, but it's a workable plan.
Well, if it does work, I've got you to thank. I only wish I'd come to you sooner.
Yeah, that makes two of us. Do me a favor, hand me that trash can.
Sure, why?
Well, you've got one more lesson to learn. Now that you're on your own, all I can do is protect Cassie. So we don't want to leave any leads that'll let them think that you're working for the federal authorities.
Sure. I understand.
Good. Because one small slip and they might be playing taps for you at Stars.
No, don't worry. Once I get the evidence, I'll let the feds take over from there.
There's only one catch now, huh, Rob?
Cassie, I know. How many more lies can I tell her before I lose her love completely?
Now, you just gotta hope that she understands until we're able to tell her everything.
Yeah, well, it's better that she hates me now instead of her winding up somewhere in a river.
All right. Don't even think about that, okay? You've got to focus on one thing and one thing only. And that's staying alive. Come on. Let's get started, huh?
Stay back, honey. Something's wrong.
No, honey. You probably just forgot to lock the door last time.
No.
Darling, tell me these are yours.
No, they're not. Somebody's been here. I want to check out the rest of the house. You stay put.
Coming with you.
Please stay put. I'll be right back.
Be careful.
The cabin's empty.
Look at this.
Yes, it looks like somebody's set up housekeeping in our house, sweetheart.
Maybe we should call the police or something.
I'm way ahead of you.
Phone out of order?
Well, maybe the phone company's working on the line.
Maybe the intruder had some reason to cut the line.
Yeah, look, honey, you take the car, drive into town, and contact the sheriff.
What about you?
Well, somebody has to stay here and meet our uninvited guest.
Oh, no. You stay, I stay.
Honey, you have had enough excitement. Now, the whole idea was for you to relax.
Yeah, how on earth am I going to relax knowing that you're back here with God knows who?
The sooner you get into town, the sooner you'll get back here with the sheriff, and the sooner we can start our well-deserved vacation. Now, come on.
Darling, please, don't be a hero, all right?
Me? Come on, I'm a lover, not a fighter.
I expect you to be right here when I get back.
With bells on, honey. Come on.
Be careful.
Drive carefully.
Oh, here she is.
Sorry I'm late.
Bad manners, Coronel. I hate bad manners.
You know, Gunther, I'm gonna miss your smiling face.
What's that supposed to mean?
It means that I'm not taking instructions from you anymore.
The hell you're not. You've got a job to do.
You want me to hit Herb Callis?
Hey, you keep your voice down.
I don't so much as bruise him until I get promises from the top man.
And who are you to be asking for promises?
The guy who's taking all the risks. You want me to ice the district attorney. Do you know what kind of fallout's gonna come crashing down after that?
Relax. We'll look after you.
I'll believe that when I talk to the top man, and I want more than protection. I want to make sure that this hit means a promotion, rapid promotion.
You don't ask for much, do you?
Hey, your boss wants me to prove myself. I think it's fair that he prove himself to me in return.
Forget it.
I happen to know that the organization has its headquarters in Cincinnati. You take me to the door, and I'll do the knocking myself.
What if I say no?
You won't. Your job is to get me to do the hit, and this is the only way it's going to happen.
Okay, I'll take you where you want to go. But that doesn't mean they'll let you in. We both may end up floating down the Ohio, face up.
Hey, if this was easy, you'd be selling life insurance, right, Gunther?
Smart guy. Let's move it.
What? You want to see downtown Cincinnati? We leave now.
But now, Coronel. Or never.
Comfortable?
Who the hell are you?
Well, now, that was going to be my question.
Who are you?
Well, I'll ask the questions. Who are you? And just what the hell are you doing here?
Extensive fire damage. Oh, Lord, Tina. What the hell is going on here?
Oh, good afternoon, Michael. Here are your messages.
Oh, good. Looks like a slow morning.
Except for 9 calls from Italy.
Oh, my wife?
No, your construction engineer on your new hotel. He said he can't possibly meet your deadline.
Have you replaced him?
No, I thought you'd want to do that yourself.
Fraser, that's what I pay you for.
Michael, I'm sorry. I've just been so upset about what happened last night at Land Fair.
I thought Bo Buchanan bought your story about the party being over there.
Well, he seemed to, but it was such a lame excuse. I think he might have second thoughts about it.
Look, you get things straight and you keep them straight with Bo. Charm his cowboy boots off if you have to, but make sure he doesn't cause us any problems.
Are you expecting anyone?
No. Where is the room service menu?
On the desk. Gabrielle.
Hello, I'd like to speak to Michael.
Oh, he's extremely busy right now. Why don't you call this afternoon and I'll see if he can make some time for you.
Well, I can wait right here in the doorway, or I can sit in the suite. But either way, I'm not leaving until I speak to Michael.
Now, don't you go starting anything that's going to get you in more trouble than you're already in. You're already in trouble, you know, for trespassing.
I don't want to hurt anybody, but if you're thinking of rushing me, you better think again. I've got a black belt in karate, among other talents.
Wow, no kidding. A black belt in karate. You take your black belt and any of your other talents and get the hell off my property.
You're Clint Buchanan.
Yeah, I'm Clint Buchanan. Why? You know me?
It's my business to know the movers and shakers of this world. From the first secretary of Albania to the 10 tribal chiefs of Zimbabwe. Right now, the most important person I want to know is you.
Really? Why is that?
My apologies. This is not the auspicious beginning I'd hoped it would be. But there's a divinity that shapes our ends, rough hew them how we will. And I'm certain that you won't deny me the destiny that I deserve.
Oh. You need a few bucks, is that it?
Certainly not. What I want from you can't be measured in mere dollars and cents. What I need, my friend, is your cooperation to help me achieve one of the greatest discoveries of the 20th century.
God. What the hell happened here?
Tina! Girl, you up there? Tina!
Where is she?
Here's what you do when...
Hold it right there, partner. Now back up real slow.
Oh, wait a minute. I'd know better than to mess with the business end of a shotgun. I'm just looking for my wife, all right? My ex-wife. She was staying right here at this house.
Who's your ex-wife?
Tina Roberts. I mean, I'm telling you, she was staying right here. This is my daddy's place. I just came by.
Sorry. I thought you were a drifter out looking to lift something. I'm Dennis Williams.
How you doing, Dennis? Cord Roberts, are you one of the new hands here?
No, my wife and I got to know Tina because Vera was her physical therapist.
Wait, was? Does that mean Tina's in some kind of trouble?
Stay
in the hospital or something? What's going on?
Stay cool. She wasn't hurt, and she's staying at our place. Vera's taking real good care of her. Now, I came up here to see if I could clean up a little bit.
Yeah, well, good idea. What happened? How did this place set fire? What's going on?
That's something you better ask her. Come on, I'll take you over there.
Yeah, good idea.
I guess you never received the letter I sent you. That's what happens when you go relying on the mail.
You sent me a letter?
Yes. In it, I explained my project and asked for your cooperation. I am Leo Cromwell, an archaeologist and historian, and I'm here to uncover the Benjamin Franklin treasures. Now, Mr. Franklin was here, you see, but not in this particular cabin, but in a small cottage about half a mile down that road. It belonged to the lovely Isabel Dufresne, who was for many years Mr. Franklin's paramour. Now, when affairs of state prevented him from slipping away for a tryst with his lady love, they maintained a weekly correspondence filled with their passionate feelings for one another. You're not familiar with that aspect of his life.
No, I guess my teachers must have concentrated on his other accomplishments.
Well, now, if the letters had been found after his death, the affair would have added more to our knowledge of the character of the man than his contributions to science and society. Now, I'm convinced that these love letters are buried in the Lantano Mountains, along with diaries, drawings for inventions, and other documents which will prove to be of great significance historically.
Well, you know, if that were true, this country would have been overrun with historians and archaeologists years ago.
That's because no one suspects that the letters are here. That's why my work is so significant. I'm convinced I can find them. But your faith and trust in me are imperative.
Leo, my faith and trust in you could stick in a gnat's eye. Now, I want you to get out of my cabin and off my property, and I want you to do it now.
Michael, I wish to speak to you.
Why don't you yell a little louder so the whole hotel can hear you?
All right. Michael! Oh, there you are. It looks like Fraser has turned into the Gestapo agent right in front of my eyes.
I'm sorry for the interruption, Michael.
Anyway, now that Michael's here, why don't you leave us alone so that we can talk in private?
5 minutes. That's all I can spare.
Bye-bye.
Fraser, why don't you go take care of that matter we were discussing?
Thank you, Michael. I appreciate you.
What do you want, Gabrielle?
I came here to ask for your forgiveness. I know that you're very upset with me and very disappointed. I made a terrible mistake. I saw the tape there and I was overcome by curiosity, so I just took it.
You took the tape because you will not accept the fact that I came to land you to build a sports center. You have this strange notion that I am here for some diabolical purpose, and you are determined to find it, even if you have to invent one
No, that's not true. Look, that whole business about you starting the virus in the Holden Towers, that was only because of my fever. And as far as the tape goes, it was nothing more than curiosity.
You have been acting very strangely, Gabrielle.
Well, wouldn't you if you'd just come face to face with death? I would have thought it would change you, too.
I should hope it would change me for the better.
Well, now that I'm well, I hope it'll do the same for me.
You have my best wishes.
Michael, please don't turn your back on me, not now. I promise I'll make everything up to you. Please, I'll behave myself. I won't interfere with your privacy. Please just give me one more chance. That's all I'm asking. One more chance.
Is that desperation in your eyes, Gabrielle?
No, it's not desperation. It's shame. And whether you believe me or not, I am very ashamed of my actions.
Of your actions, or by the fact that you were caught?
Both. But especially for being caught. It's true. I'm just not very good at deception.
You've got that right.
I have one more confession to make to you. I need you. I have full confidence in my talent as a designer, and I know I can make this company successful. But I need your help. Not only for my future, but for my son's.
You're putting everything on the line here, aren't you?
Oh, please don't misunderstand me. Your friendship means everything to me. I love being with you. And I hope that our personal relationship can continue. But I need your support. Otherwise, my dream will never come true.
I very rarely misjudge anyone. But you surprise me. I actually admire your honesty. I even find it refreshing.
I don't have anything to lose at this point. But if you'll give me that second chance, I'll prove to you what a loyal friend I can be. So loyal, in fact, you could trust me with anything.
That's an old Western saying, Gabrielle. Trust in the Lord, but tie up your horse just in case.
You have every right to doubt my word. A man burned is entitled to be curious and suspicious. I will make it up to you, Michael. There must be some way I can prove my sincerity.
If you don't believe me, you can check the facts for yourself. I'm a man of science and history, not some vagabond who's wandered in from the cold. I'm here on a mission which I explained in my letter to you and your wife.
When did you send this letter?
About a week ago.
And where was I to reply to it? Here at this cabin? This telephone number?
No, to my post office box number in Wilmington, Delaware.
Oh, well, if I had replied, how would you know about it if you're camped out in my cabin?
A friend picks up my mail. I call him from time to time. While I was waiting to hear from you, I thought there'd be no problem in getting a head start on the project. Perhaps I would have some wonderful news for you by the time we spoke.
Or maybe you stumbled across this cabin, saw nobody was living in it for the winter, decided to help yourself. You know, beats riding the rails, doesn't it? Maybe you were even clever enough to find out who owned it just in case you got caught. Now, look, I'm sorry you're down on your luck, but there's places you can go. There's people that'll help you. There's agencies that'll feed you. They'll give you shelter. They'll even help you find a job.
My job is finding the Benjamin Franklin treasures. Now, there must be some way to persuade you that I'm telling the truth.
Leo, Mr. Cromwell, if you had a letter from the President of the United States, it wouldn't cut no ice with me. Now, I want you to get out here before the cops get back. My wife, you see, when we found the door open, she went into town to go for the sheriff. Come in.
Mr. Buchanan, your wife said there might be some trouble up here.
My wife, Vera, Cord Roberts.
Hi, how you doing? Nice to meet you.
Forgive me for staring, but I'm just so surprised to see you. Won't you sit down?
Oh, thank you.
Tina didn't mention anything about you coming out.
Well, Tina didn't know about me coming out. I got her call. I got a little concerned, so I caught the first flight out.
Well, it's a pleasure to meet you.
Well, pleasure to meet you, too. I heard a lot about you in letters from Tina. She's very fond of y'all.
Oh, God, she's made such a remarkable recovery. Her arm's healed really nicely. She's got a little stiffness in the morning, but if she does her exercises, that'll be gone in no time. But I'm sure she's explained all this to you in her letters.
Actually, this is all very interesting because she told me she wasn't doing too well. In fact, I offered to bring our son down here, and she said that wouldn't be a good idea because she didn't think she would have the strength to support him. Is there a story there, maybe?
Well, I think she was trying to discourage you from coming out here.
No kidding. Would you happen to know why?
Well, I think she felt that she just wasn't ready to cope with you or CJ just yet.
See, that doesn't make a lot of sense to me either, because you have no idea what this woman went through to find this child. She chased halfway around the world to find him. No woman loves her son as much as Tina.
Yes, I know. But emotionally, she's still very fragile.
Yeah, well, I gathered that when I talked to her on the phone when she wanted to talk to Vicky. I knew that she wasn't having an easy time coping with all of this. But I also got the feeling that she wasn't telling me the truth. Now, do you happen to know what the truth is, by any chance?
Why don't you talk to Tina about that?
You know, I think that's a real good idea. Now, if you just point her out, I will go talk to her.
Oh, I'm sorry. I should have told you when you came in. She's out shopping. If she knew you were flying out, she wouldn't have left the house.
Oh, I'm sure about that. Listen, I know that you've been a great help to Tina, both of you. But if there's something that I should know about, I would really appreciate it if you told me, because I've had plenty of big surprises today.
Yes, I know. But I think it would be better if you waited and talked with Tina.
Right.
Did you eat on the plane?
No, actually, I didn't.
Then you gotta be hungry.
Yeah?
Vera and I'll heat up some chili for you.
Oh, hey, look, don't go to any trouble just for me.
Mostly it'll be on my account, because I'm starving. We got a whole pot of the best chili in Arizona.
Ooh, yeah? Well, I tell you, I'm a big chili eater from way back.
All right.
I guarantee you won't be disappointed.
Well, all right.
So, just make yourself at home, and
thank you.
We'll get things started in the kitchen.
Great.
Okay.
Thanks. Wow.
Vera? You're not going to believe this, but you were absolutely right. I found the perfect bowl at that yard sale to replace the one that Vicky lost in the party. Vera, you've got to come see this.
Hello,
Vera?
Tina.
Only one way to make real Toll House cookies. Follow the yellow bag. Yellow,
Of all the leading mouthwashes, only one helps stop ugly tartar before it starts. Colgate, the minty fresh way to a cleaner mouth. Colgate Tartar Control mouthwash. Keep your mouth tartar control clean.
Oh, here she is. So I got up and walked out. You left work early?
I told them I couldn't miss my kid's game again.
She's crazy. She's brave. What is that?
They call it peanut butter.
You cut out of work early, then give her that brand?
Lighten up, guys. They're all the same.
Yeah, and the sky is purple. Smell, Jif.
Hey, Jif smells more like
fresh roasted peanuts.
Oh, if this stuff tastes as good as it smells, I'm in trouble.
Uh-huh.
Oh, I'm in trouble. Jif, there's the peanut.
Great stuff.
Outrageous. So I'm not done to read. You're close.
For more fresh roasted peanut taste, choosy moms choose Jif.
It's a boy!
Huh?
It's a girl!
They've just been delivered. Love's Deluxe for boys and girls. Now that the news has leaked, not much else will.
A senseless act of violence could destroy Anna's future forever.
I know this looks incriminating, but I didn't shoot her.
To nail her right against a wall. Please, you've got to tell me the truth.
I didn't shoot Lydia.
General Hospital.
Starting Sunday, November 13th, the motion picture experience of a lifetime. One of the most star-studded casts ever assembled in the story of our time. Herman Wouk's War and Remembrance.
Hey, Christine. You just love it here so much you can't stay away even on your day off, can you?
Wait, I'm leaving town. I came to say goodbye to you.
What do you mean you're leaving town?
Time to take off.
No. What it's time to do is just sit down and tell me where you got this idea. Now, look, if money's a problem, we can talk about a raise or something.
Hey, it's not my hours. It's not the boss. You got your dream. You wanted an Angel Burger franchise. Here you are. I want to be a photographer, and it's not going to happen for me here in Landview.
Look, didn't I tell you I'd get you an introduction to Vicki Buchanan?
Oh, I met Vicki Buchanan last night at the Halloween party when I spilt my drink all over her dress, and then I made it worse by trying to wipe it off.
Those kinds of things happen at parties, and Vicki is not the kind of person to hold that against you.
Come on, she thinks I'm a major klutz who has no social grace whatsoever and even less mature.
Well, she'd be hiring you to be a photographer, not Miss Manners. Now, what did you do, pack up all your confidence in that knapsack? Just sit tight. I'm going to call over. I'll get you an appointment. I'll even go over and introduce you.
Forget it.
What, you just going to give up without trying?
No, I already called the banner this morning. Her secretary said that Vicki Buchanan's out of town for a weekend, so she says. For all I know, I'm at the top of Vicki's I don't want to talk to that person list.
Vicki is not the kind of person to make lists like that. And when she comes back into town, I will get you an interview. I guarantee it. And if the banner needs a photographer, they'll probably hire you.
If. I can all waste the rest of my life on ifs. And unless I can get a job at the banner, I have no reason to stay here.
Well, just give it a little time then, okay? In a couple of days, this stuff will all work itself out.
No, I can't afford the time. I've got to get moving, and I've got to make my mark in the world. You're such a genuine 10. I am so glad I met you. Because, like the California condor, your kind's almost extinct.
Wait a minute, Christine. Just hold on a second. Before you leave, there's a few things we've got to settle. For your sake and for mine.
This fella here is the trouble that you're looking for.
What trouble have I caused you? I've made every effort to explain my presence here, to explain my project to you, to ask for your cooperation.
Zip it up, pal. Let Mr. Buchanan tell us his score.
Perhaps if I could have a word with Mrs. Buchanan, she might be more receptive. Is she outside?
Yes, where is Mrs. Buchanan?
She's still at the sheriff's station. We decided that it was best that she stay there. So would you like to tell us what's going on up here?
Well, you see, I'm not really sure. This fellow here claims to be an historian and an archaeologist, and he claims to be looking for some of Benjamin Franklin's diaries and letters that he claims are in this area.
That guy with the kite. You mean that Ben Franklin?
Yeah, that's
If you would allow me to show you my map and other historical data, I can prove to you.
We'll do some talking downtown.
Look, you have no justification for arresting me.
Trespassing's against the law, so move it, buddy.
I have the right to make a telephone call.
Well, you can't make it here. The phone happens to be out of order.
What is the point in having them arrest me?
The point is that you are trespassing on my property. Since I can't make you understand that, maybe the sheriff and his deputies can.
Okay, buddy, let's go.
My position's my position.
I'll bag him up and get him to you at the station.
I'm sorry, Mr. Buchanan. Listen, we'll take a closer look at the cabin from now on. And I'll radio your wife and tell her that it's all clear.
Thank you, officer.
What are you doing here, and how did you find me?
I got real worried about you, Tina, when I got your phone call, all right? So I caught the first flight down here. I went to the ranch. I talked to Dennis, and he brought me right here.
You saw the ranch?
What was left of it, yeah. And you know what? I got about 1,000,000 questions for you. But first of all, I've got a little present for you from CJ. He wanted me to give his mama a great big old hug.
Oh.
What's the matter, Tina? It's supposed to put a smile on your face, not a tear in your eye.
Cord, I'm so sorry
For what?
for everything.
What everything? Look, I don't know what you're talking about, Tina, but whatever it is, don't worry. We are going to work it out, you know?
And Cord, you are never going to forgive me.
Forgive you for what? Tina, listen, if you're talking about those little white lies you told about your arm not being well enough to hold the baby, don't worry about that. I'd just like to know why you did it.
Well, I had to do it because I didn't want you to just fly down here with CJ and you didn't bring him, did you?
No, I didn't. I left him at home with Kim. Tina, did you not want to see me? I mean, you wrote me a ton of letters about how much you wanted to see me and little CJ, and I don't know, did you just not mean that?
Oh, believe me, I missed you too. More than anything on earth, and I really do want to see you. That was before.
Before what, Tina?
I am so ashamed.
Tina, what are you ashamed of?
You're not going to ever want to see me again, you know. You are going to hate me for the rest of our lives. You're going to hate me forever. I just know it.
Tina, what? Just settle down for a second and tell me what happened. What is going on?
No, this is too horrible.
What is horrible? Were you attacked or something, Tina?
No.
Well, that's about the most horrible thing I could think of, somebody attacking you. Well, since that hasn't happened, it can't be that bad. So what is it, huh?
I burned down the ranch.
Grandpa's sweet tooth? Well, it's rather simple. First of all, Grandpa always likes to have...
What?
See, I knew you'd do that. I knew that you'd just start yelling at me and get mad
Tina,
at me forever.
I'm not yelling. I'm not getting mad about anything. I would just like to know how something like this happened.
I don't know. It wasn't deliberate, you know. It's not like I wanted it to happen.
I realize that. Wait, put this down. I want you to come up here. Sit down next to me, all right? Now, I want you to tell me when this happened and how.
It was 2 weeks ago.
Uh-huh.
I was by the fireplace, okay, and I was reading this, like, really great book, and I guess I dozed off.
Right.
And then when I woke up, it was so cold that I decided I should go on up to bed. So I put out the fire. I made sure the fire was out. I double-checked, and then I went upstairs, and I must have fallen right asleep, because the next thing I knew, there was this voice calling me that I didn't recognize, and the whole room was filled with smoke, and I could hardly even breathe.
Yeah, what was it? One of the ranch hands trying to wake you up?
No, I'd given all the ranch hands the night off. I realized it was Vera. I mean, she was checking with a client, and she decided to take a detour and stop by to see how I was.
Oh,
and then she saw the fire, and so she pulled me out of there safely. I mean, thank goodness she did, or I never would have gotten out of there alive.
Yeah, you're right about that. Thank God that Vera took that old detour, huh?
I'm never going to be able to repay her.
Yes, you can, Tina. First of all, by stop feeling so damn guilty about this, because the fire wasn't your fault.
Yes, it was.
Tina, how can you say that?
When I calmed down, I realized that I forgot to put the screen back in place.
But you didn't. You said you checked the fire, right? You said you checked it right before you went to bed, and it was already out.
I thought it was, but it's my fault that the whole ranch burned down.
Now,
all because I was too stupid to do something I was supposed to do.
Stop that. You weren't stupid. Now, come on. It was not your fault, Tina. Accidents happen. The best thing to think about here is that nobody was hurt.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm thankful nobody died or anything, but somebody was hurt.
Who? Not you, and certainly not Vera. She looked fine to me.
Vicky. She was terribly hurt by my irresponsibility. At least she will be when she finds out.
Excuse me.
Yeah. What do you mean I'm turning out just like my father?
Well, think about it. You said he acted like a kid sometimes, right? When he didn't get what he wanted, the minute he wanted it, he'd just take off.
I'm not like that.
Well, look. You got your knapsack here. You ready to hit the road? Look like a quitter to me.
Moving on to better opportunities is not quitting.
You don't know what you're headed towards. Suppose you end up in another town, just like Landview. And suppose you spill another drink on the publisher of the town newspaper, or you can't get in to show your pictures for an interview. What do? Just hit the road again? Before you know it, your knapsack's going to be covered with stickers from the dozens of towns that you've passed through, and you'll have nothing to show with it except anger and resentment.
What did you do? Buy a shrink license with your franchise?
Hey, I was right where you are now. But the difference was I didn't know exactly what I wanted, like you do. I just knew I wanted to be better. And I wanted it right away. And when things didn't work out for me, which they usually didn't, I blew up and took it out on everyone else around me. And made everybody miserable with me. See, it was Mary Lynn who taught me that all I needed was enough confidence to know that someday I'd get my break, and then to make the most of it when I got it.
Please, Uncle Mary Lynn, my congratulations. But I think I have all the confidence I need right now.
Oh, sure,
Thank
that's
you.
right. That's why you're leaving. You're afraid to stick around to have an interview with Vicky. Splitting now is a hell of a lot easier than maybe a little rejection.
I'm used to rejection. It doesn't bother me.
Oh, right. Like not having enough money at the end of the month to be able to pay rent here doesn't bother me either.
Okay. All right, so it hurts. That's not why I'm leaving. I've got an eagle eye for the realities of life, and the reality here is that I'm not going to make it on it at the Banner. Maybe I need a bigger city with more opportunity.
Hey, look, you're going to have to pay your dues in any city you show up in.
You know I'm not afraid of hard work. If someone gave me a chance to make it as a photographer, I would work 18, 20 hours a day. But it's not going to happen in Landview. I got to go where the action is. Can't you understand that? Look, I'll drop you a postcard once a month. And if I see an Angel Burger franchise, I'll drop in for a double cheese fries. You're the nicest thing that's happened to me in a long time. But I gotta catch the sun before it sets.
You need any cash?
No, I stopped by the bank. And before I came here, I withdrew my savings.
Well, can you at least stick around for a farewell double cheese with fries?
All right. Get the phone. I'll get the burger.
Angel Burger's Wade Coleman. Oh, yeah, sure, just a second. Christine? For you.
Hello?
Chrissy, how are you, sweetheart?
Dad! Welcome back to the good old U.S. of A. How was Peru? Was the dig successful?
Well, I filled a notebook with interesting data, but I didn't find the artifacts I was searching for.
Maybe next time, huh? Listen, why don't I hop a bus for Wilmington and you can tell me all about your adventures?
Well, I'm not in Wilmington, darling. I'm in a little place called Credence. It's about an hour from Landview.
Are you serious?
Yes, and I'm in some serious trouble, darling. I wonder if I could impose on you to come up and bail me out of jail.
So, you never found a recorder to play the tape?
I never actually looked for one.
Right. And of course, after all the trouble you went to get it, you have absolutely no curiosity about what might be on it.
Well, yes, of course, I'm still curious, but it's none of my business if you don't wish to tell me. It's all right, I won't lose any sleep over it. But fortunately for you, I got that tape back from Vicky, so I could save you from losing any sleep either. I also saved you some embarrassing moments by telling Vicky that I was responsible for us wearing those costumes, even though I know that you had other things in mind for us to wear those for, but I won't go into it. How am I doing?
Is this a game, Gabrielle? Adding up little favors?
No. It is complete proof to show you what a loyal friend I can be.
Excuse me. Yes. Speaking. What is it this time, Arlington? No, I gave you an advance last month. I should have lasted you a year. Gabrielle. Sorry for the interruption.
No, it's all right. It gave me time to gather my thoughts and think about all the ways I can prove to you my loyalty beyond any doubt.
Hey, Mom!
That's quite an impressive statement of loyalty.
Perhaps because it came from the heart.
And perhaps because you need me.
We need each other, Michael. We can be perfect partners.
Only if we play by my rules.
these things look like prospector's tools. Looks like they've been used pretty good, too. And the fellow's telling the truth. Lantano County, 1751. Let's see, here's Lantano Mountain. That means this cabin would be right about here. Maybe I owe the fellow an apology. Hell with it, he was trespassing. If he has to spend a few nights in jail, so be it.
All those childhood photos of Clint and Bo, and some of Vicky's childhood things, and mementos of Vicky and Clint's, they're all just ruined. They're all turned to ashes, all because of me. It's all my fault.
Tina, please. Vicky is not going to blame you for this, not in the slightest. You know what she's going to say? She's just going to be thankful that nobody was hurt. Now, you know that. She's not going to be worried about a bunch of possessions that the insurance company is going to replace. You did, like, call the insurance people, right? Huh?
I only told Vera and Dennis and some of the ranch hands, and they all promised not to tell anybody, especially Vicky.
Tina, that's why you called today, right? So you could tell Vicky about all this?
No, I called to tell her I was with friends so she wouldn't worry about me and come down here the way you did.
Girl, sooner or later, the word is going to get out, and Vicky and Clint are going to come running down here.
Well, not if I replace everything that was destroyed, which is what I'm doing a really good job on until you made me drop this bolt.
Is that what the thing with the bank and the overdrawn checks is all about?
I'll worry about that tomorrow.
Oh, you will? Well, you don't have to, because Clint already took care of it. He's put the funds in your checking account.
Well, I'll make sure he gets all his money back.
Tina, don't you understand? One day, Vicky is going to ask you what you did with all that money.
Well, I'll just figure something out.
Hey, girl, listen. That is what insurance policies are for, all right? So that when something like this, an accident happens, you get reimbursed.
No, I don't want to involve Vicky and Clint in this.
I hate to tell you this, Tina, but they're involved. It was their house. All right, look, I tell you what, let me make the call for you, all right? I will call them right now. I will explain it to them, and then I will put you on the phone, okay?
No, I don't want Vicky to know about this. She can't ever know.
No man has ever made me feel like this before. I hope I didn't disappoint you.
Do I seem disappointed?
You're a gentleman. I would hope you'd be kind.
You were wonderful, Gabrielle, and that is not kindness. It is simple truth.
Thank you. So was I right about us being perfect partners?
You certainly were. But if our partnership is to go beyond this and your design business, I need to be absolutely certain that I can depend on you.
How else can I prove myself? I've given you my heart and my soul and my body. What more do you want?
Your silence and your patience.
And then what?
When the time comes, I will confide in you. And when I do, I expect you to follow my instructions without the slightest question. Until then, as far as anybody in Landview is concerned, we are simply friends.
But you know, after everything that's happened, it's going to be very difficult for me to just think of you as a friend. I'm really not very good at deception.
No. But you are a quick learner. And I just happen to be an exceptional teacher.
I can't argue with that.
Of course, I'll need a receipt. Is this tax deductible? Never mind, I'll check with my accountant. Thank you. How is my little angel?
The question is, how is my devil of a father?
Huh?
How did you end up here?
Oh, it was all a complete misunderstanding, I assure you. I am totally innocent of the charges and have so pleaded.
Mm-hmm.
Not that these clowns care one way or the other. Now, I know that he that goes a-borrowing goes a-sorrowing, but rest assured I will repay the bail money in no time. But your kindness in coming all the way up here to rescue me, I don't know how I can ever repay that.
Fathers and daughters don't repay kindness, they share them.
Very soon, we shall have great wealth to share.
But I thought you said your expedition to Peru wasn't successful.
True, but I am on the verge of one of the greatest discoveries since man set foot on the moon. Well, perhaps not so significant to mankind, but to us, it will set us up for life.
Daddy.
Chrissy, this is the one. Now, Benjamin Franklin's love letters and diaries and drawings for inventions. It's a gold mine. It will place your dear old dad squarely in the history books.
Did it ever occur to you that happiness might lie somewhere other than in financial reward or getting your name in the history books?
Happiness comes in many forms. Riches and recognition are but two.
But the price is too high. You've spent your whole life chasing rainbows. And maybe our pot of gold is simply in being together. Being a family for a change. I miss you.
Not half as much as I miss you, my darling.
Well, if you're going to be around for a while, maybe we can catch up on the last year. I can always go and ask Wade back for my job.
Well, I'm not exactly sure how long I'm going to be here.
But what about the Ben Franklin papers, your major discovery?
Well, I've run into a minor problem. You see, I have to devise some means of convincing the Clinton Buchanans to allow me to dig on their property.
The Buchanans? Oh, we might as well leave town right now, because we are doomed. We are absolutely and positively doomed.
Cord, would you just stop that and listen to me?
Tina, there's not much more to listen about. We're just not going to agree about this. I think we're beating a dead horse here.
Franklin, time to chow down, cowboys and cowgirls.
What happened?
Yeah, would you guys just talk some sense into this guy?
Oh, that's funny. I was going to ask you all to do the same for me.
Why don't you eat and then we'll talk?
Dennis, why don't you tell Cord what a wonderful carpenter you are?
Oh, when I went to carpenter. Dennis.
Oh, yeah?
We'll get the drinks. I'll just, take some of this.
We'll get the drinks.
Cord, I mean, really, he is the best. He can build anything. And Vera, I mean, she does these wonderful things with fabrics and color and everything. And every spare moment they've had, they've been helping me just reconstruct everything that was damaged in the fire. I mean, the upstairs bedrooms are almost finished, and you'd look at them and you'd swear there had never even been a fire.
Really? Well, you know, I think it's real nice of Dennis and Vera to be helping you out like this. I mean, I really do. But you said it yourself. What about personal mementos like photograph albums, things like that, things that you can't replace, Tina? How are you going to explain all that to Vicky?
I haven't thought that far ahead yet. But I'm sure I'll think of something.
Tina, you are digging yourself a hole here. You know that? A hole so deep that you are never going to get yourself out of it. Sooner or later, Vicky and Clint are going to find out about this. And I really think that the sooner they know, it's the better. So why don't we just give them a call, like right now, like today?
No, we can't deal with that. I can't deal with Vicky being disappointed in me again.
All right. How about then if I stay down here and I help you put the ranch back together?
You will?
Yeah. That way, when Vicky and Clint come down for a weekend, it'll be much easier on them when we tell them what happened.
No! The whole idea is to keep it from them. That's why we're doing all this. Cord, I'm trying to protect my sister. And myself, and just say you understand.
Yeah, I think I understand what you're trying to say, which kind of scares me. But, all right, look, how about if we, just take this nice and slow. Just take it one step at a time, all right?
And you promise you won't say a word?
Scout's honor.
Oh, I knew I could count on you.
Yeah. I can't let the mother of my son going around crying her eyes out. I mean, hell, what would old CJ think about me?
Oh, and what would he think of me? Oh, I must look terrible.
No, you don't. I'm a little tired, but just as beautiful as ever. Listen, I told you we are going to work this thing out, right? Trust me, we will.
I'll trust you. Oh, Cord. First time in a long time, I really do feel like everything is going to work out.
Hours at 5.
I'm in the living room.
I tell you, Dennis is almost finished upstairs in his bedroom. I can't believe it. He's done an incredible job.
You know, Vera and Dennis are incredible people to do all this for me. I mean, especially after this whole disaster is my fault.
Tina, will you please stop talking like that now? It was not your fault, okay?
Yes, it was. I am never going to use a fireplace again as long as I live. I don't care how cold I am. I'm never going to use it. I mean, can you imagine what Vicky's going to say when she sees all this?
All right, look, let's just concentrate on doing a good job here, all right? So let's just roll up our sleeves and put in a little elbow grease.
You're right. As always, feeling guilty isn't going to straighten this place out, is it? I mean, we've got all this work to do, so we better get started and...
What? What's wrong?
Something I gave to Vicky.
Boy.
It was a picture of you, me, and CJ.
I know this is a legal nightmare, Alan. That's why I called you. Oh, come on. Elizabeth's been in jail for months now. You must be able to get some court order or something. Oh, dadgummit, we own Sanders Chemical. So why don't you let me call you back in a little bit, okay? Just keep working on it. Yeah, bye-bye.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt. Your butler said to come right in.
No, it's no problem. Really, I almost didn't recognize you without your flamingo costume. I think this outfit's a definite improvement.
Thank you.
So what can I do for you?
Well, I hate to bother you with my problems, but I didn't know who else to turn to.
Are you in some sort of trouble?
Yes, and you're the only one who can help me.
Sweetheart, you sure you feel up to jumping back in the saddle? I mean, there's nothing that says we can't go back up to the cabin, you know.
I know that, but as I told you in the car last night, I really feel that I should be concentrating on my work again. I've been neglecting the banner recently. And quite frankly, I'm looking forward to getting back into the swing of things.
Really? Mm-hmm. Well, does that mean you're going to give up on your search?
Of course not. But you and I both know that it could be months before we get another lead. I certainly can't put my life on hold till then, can I?
Well, that's what I've been trying to tell you all along.
Oh, I see. Is this leading up to you saying I told you so?
Now, would I do something like that?
You sure would if you could. But before you do, read this.
Here's what to do when you don't find the rainbows in this time.
So now we're all even on the I told you so's. But I'm still not convinced that this Leo character is on the up and up.
Darling, this is obviously the letter that he told us he wrote us. I think we owe him an apology for having him arrested for trespassing.
He was trespassing. I had him arrested because he set up camp in our cabin. That letter doesn't change the fact that he was on our property without our permission. He was trespassing.
Yes, darling, I know that, but this letter does give credence to his claim that he's an archaeologist.
Are you saying you believe him?
Do you?
I asked you first.
I had my doubts about him at first, but I think after reading this letter, yes, I do believe him.
Well, I guess I have to admit that the tools I found in his bag were the kind of tools an archaeologist might use.
So, what are we going to do about him?
Well, hopefully having him arrested taught him a lesson. And from now on, he'll leave us alone.
Well, what if he doesn't? What if he goes right back to the cabin and starts digging again?
I don't want you getting upset about this.
Oh.
Now, why don't you concern yourself with the work that you love and let me worry about absent-minded archaeologists?
Sounds fair enough, as long as you stick to your promise that you will fill me in on any information that you come across regarding the search for my daughter.
You'll be the first to know.
No, I am serious about this. I mean it. I'm going back to work, but I am not sticking my head in the sand.
Then what are you doing here? Why aren't you down at the Banner showing the staff that Mrs. B is back in action?
If I need help, I'll send up a flare.
You'll do, Peachy Keen, and you know it. Now, come on, just hit the trail, honey. What a girl.
You're not intending to beg Wade to hire you again, are you?
Look, coming up with your bail put a major dent in my savings. In fact, it totaled it. I need this job.
No daughter of mine has to resort to slinging hash. Not when I'm completely capable of supporting them.
Dad, how can you support me when you don't have a penny to your name?
But why this place? Can't you find a job that's more suitable to your talent?
I'm working on it. There's nothing wrong with Angel Burgers. I like working here, and Wade's a terrific boss, and he's my friend.
Very well, as long as you're happy.
Thank you.
Hey! I thought you'd be halfway around the world by now.
Wish me luck. Actually, I had a minor setback. In fact, the world's just gonna have to wait for the next Matthew Brady.
I don't get it. What happened to your dreams? What happened to catching the sun before it sets?
Let's just say I had a rude awakening. And I was wondering if my position wasn't filled, if I could have my job back.
Well, actually, I've been absolutely swamped with applicants. Okay, would you believe 3? All right, I'm desperate. Please come back.
Gee, I don't know.
Next applicant.
Okay, I'll take it. When can I start?
Anytime you want.
Thank you so much. You are a lifesaver. Come on, I want you to meet my father. Dad, this is Wade. Wade, Leo Cromwell.
Mr. Cromwell, nice to meet you. I've heard a lot about you.
Oh, from whom?
From me, of course. I told him what a devoted and brilliant historian you are.
And that you're a very famous archaeologist.
Really, Christine, you mustn't go on about me like that. It makes it very hard to live up to such praise.
What praise? I tell it like it is.
I hate to run off, but I've got a customer. Really nice to meet you, sir.
Please call me Leo, and don't worry. I'm sure we'll talk again soon.
I'd like that. Welcome back.
Well, I assume from that Wade rehired you?
Yeah, I told you he was a great guy.
Yeah, I can see that. Still, it pains me to think that I am the cause of you having to work here.
Hey, I don't mind. Really.
Still, I give you my word of honor that this time I shall repay my debts to you. All of them.
Girl, are you all right?
I was just thinking of Vicky. Maybe I should call her. I really do miss her.
Wait a minute. I think we ought to hold off a little while before we call Vicky and tell her about all this.
Why, you're the one who wanted to call her yesterday to tell her about the fire.
Yeah, I know that, but now that I've thought about it a little bit more, I think maybe we should just clean it up a little bit around here before we let them know what happened. Besides, they're not even home right now. They're out at the cabin.
What are they doing at the cabin? They only go there when there's something wrong. Is something wrong?
No, nothing's wrong. It's just a long, complicated story, and I promise you I will tell you once we get a little work done, okay?
What's the use, Cord? We can't undo all the damage I've already done.
Hey, come on. We're going to get this place repaired and replaced in no time.
But we can't replace things like this. And all the mementos that Vicky and Clint have spent a lifetime collecting.
Tina, come on. Look, this is just a photograph. That's all.
No, it's not. It's a remembrance. It's a memento. Just like Clint's trophies, just like Vicky's Navajo bowl. You can't put a price tag on things like that. And you can't just fix them up with a little bit of paint.
That's right. And you can't replace little baby sisters that get burned up in fires. Now, that's exactly the way Vicky's going to see this, all right? She is not going to blame you for anything.
I keep telling myself that, but I still feel so guilty for ruining these things that can't be replaced.
should have seen Vicky's face when I gave this to her. She was so happy.
Well, then we just give her another photograph, that's all.
What, you have the negative?
No, I don't have the negative, but I've got CJ, and I've got you, and I've got me. So I got plenty of cameras. We just take another picture.
I never thought of that. We'll just take another picture.
That's right. That's what I said. We go to the same place, and I'll just wear the same clothes, and you can wear the same clothes, and CJ will wear the same clothes.
Wait a minute. He's outgrown that outfit by now.
And we will get him a matching outfit. If we can even go for authenticity right here, we can get this little stain.
What stain?
Right there. Remember when I spilled them carrots all over?
That's right. We took this right after you fed him, didn't we?
I tried, but,
Oh, Cord, thank goodness you're here to help me through this.
Hey.
I don't know what I'd do without you.
I just don't understand why a few calls from the media about this Halloween burglar should throw you into such a tailspin.
Well, if it was just a few calls, I could handle it. But I'm being deluged by the TV stations, radio talk shows, a pushy reporter by the name of Dean Stella from the National Intruder. Well, my boss has become disenchanted with all the attention, and it's become impossible for him to concentrate on business.
So why come to me? Why not just let Michael handle everything?
He's furious enough as it is. If he has to get more involved with it, I'm afraid that he just might decide the easiest way to alleviate the problem is to fire me. That's why I need your help.
Yeah, you keep saying that, but you still haven't spelled out what it is I can do for you.
Well, use your influence to call off the media hounds. I'm sure one phone call from Bo Buchanan would send them yelping back to their cages. Please? You've already saved my life.
This is my lucky day. Excuse me, I came here to find a guest for the show, and I guess I got two for the price of one.
Cord.
Yeah?
Look what I found.
Oh.
It's a whole box of mementos I brought down with me.
Mementos? What do you mean? Oh, gosh. Look at all this stuff. You know, what do you say to this?
Oh, wait.
Oh, yes, I do. That's that silver buckle I won for you at that rodeo. Yeah, I remember this. Yeah, this is the one I tried to give you, but you didn't much want it at first, did you? I had to talk you into keeping it. Man, I remember you were sitting there at that hotel room all packed up, ready to leave.
I am. And I'm going to take it with me wherever I go.
Well, if you are really so touched, what is your big hurry to be leaving here?
Cord, I told you all along that I never intended to stay in El Paso.
Yeah, well, a lot of things have happened since then. Are you forgetting that?
No, I'm just trying not to remember that.
Well, look, I don't know what my ma said to you. If she was putting words in my mouth, if she told you that I didn't want you around here or something like that.
But what she said had a lot of truth in it. I mean, all I do is cause trouble, especially when men are involved.
Oh, come on, that is crazy. Look, what happened with Freddie and Jocko had nothing to do with you. It wasn't your fault.
Yeah, but it did happen, didn't it?
Tina, look, I really don't know what has gotten into my ma lately. We have got a good, strong family, all right? We are always listening to one another, and we always got plenty of room, and we give each other plenty of space when we need it. This is just getting way out of hand.
Oh, she just loves you. She wants the best for you.
Oh, and you're not it, is that it? What are you supposed to do, Tina, huh? Lead me down some path of sin and degradation?
Look, Cord, you have a wonderful life here. It is very simple, and it is very easy. And I just don't fit in. I don't know. I guess I'm different.
Yeah, maybe on the outside. But that's not important. Because I know that underneath it all, you and I want the same things. Please, Tina, don't go. Now, I know that you and my ma are going to get along fine once you get to know each other, and if you don't... Oh, my God, Tina, I have never met anyone like you before. I swear it.
go.
Dad, I already told you, you don't owe me anything. If anything, I owe you for being such a terrific parent to me.
Well, unfortunately, I could say the same thing to you. Many's the time I've got all involved in some project with childlike eagerness, and you were stuck with being the adult.
I didn't mind. It was kind of fun. Watching you tackle a project with such wide-eyed enthusiasm.
Mm-hmm. Be that as it may, I promise you that this time things are going to be different. Mm-hmm. I am an adult, and as such, I take full responsibility for my actions. Now, I made a complete mess of my first encounter with Clint Buchanan. But I assure you that in the end, it will appear to be only a minor setback.
And what if it doesn't?
Well, it has to. I've come too far to have to turn back now. Early this morning, I discovered a remarkable piece of proof that Benjamin Franklin's mistress did indeed live near the site of the Buchanan's cabin. Now, if only I can convince Clint Buchanan to believe that I am sincere and get him to allow me to continue with my work, I'm sure that I can make a mark on the world of archaeology and finally make you proud of me, too.
I have always been proud of you. You know that.
If only I could justify your confidence in me by coming up with a brilliant solution to my problem.
Are you open to suggestions?
By all means.
It's a long shot, but it's worth a try.
What have you got on your mind?
Why don't you show me that piece of proof that you unearthed, then we'll see if I can get my plan off the ground.
Clint, sorry to bother you. Have you got a minute?
Yeah, I was just going through the mail. What's up?
Well, you remember that list we have of agencies in New York of young girls who were taken in who were homeless and destitute?
Yeah, what about it?
Well, I contacted all the agencies because I was hoping they might remember of taking in a young woman named Nikki Smith. And guess what? I hit pay dirt. Miss Parsons, will you come in, please? Clint, this is Miss Parsons.
Oh, Miss Parsons, pleased to meet you.
Would you please tell Clint what you told me on the phone yesterday?
From the description Miss Devine gave me, I'm positive. I remember the day I met Nikki Smith. I remember it as if it were yesterday. It was spring 1963. I just started to work at the Lower East Side Clinic in New York City.
And that's when Nikki Smith came to you?
That's right. She was so lost and disoriented. I tried to find out where she was from or how she'd wound up in New York. All she could tell me was her name.
You were in charge of her case?
Yes. And since it was my first case, I paid special attention to her welfare. In fact, I took her personally to the doctor to confirm her pregnancy.
How often did she come by the clinic? How long?
She disappeared a few days after we saw the doctor.
Do you know where she went?
No, I never saw or heard from her again. Miss Devine's call was the first time in over 20 years that I'd even heard Nikki Smith's name.
What about the baby? Did you ever hear what became of it?
Unfortunately, no. As I said, Nikki wasn't at the clinic all that long. We didn't have much of a chance to talk. That's why I felt so bad when she left. I had the feeling that she didn't have a friend in the world. I wish I could be more of a help, but it was so long ago.
Well, please try, Miss Parsons. This is very important.
So I gather. Are you a relative of Nikki's?
No, not exactly, but I have a very personal interest in the child. What about phone calls? Did Nikki get any calls while she was there?
Now that you mention it, I did receive a call from someone. It was a man. I just naturally assumed it was the baby's father.
Do you remember his name?
I think it was... Oh, Bernard. No, Leonard. That was his name, Leonard.
What about a last name?
I don't think he even mentioned it. At least, if he did, it's gone completely out of my head.
Yeah, come in.
Excuse me, Mrs. Buchanan, your secretary's not at her desk, and I was just wondering if I could have a word with you.
Don't I know you?
Yeah, I was at Ace's party the other night. I was in a toga, remember?
Yes, yeah, I sure do remember.
I want to apologize to you for spilling that drink on you, and I would be more than happy to pay for your costume to be cleaned.
No, that's very kind of you, but don't worry about it. It was only champagne. The dress is none the worse for wear.
Good. I was hoping I didn't make a bad first impression or anything.
No. As far as I'm concerned, the incident is forgotten. I'm sorry. I really don't remember your name.
Cromwell. Christine Cromwell.
Oh. How do you do?
Good.
Tell me something. You wouldn't by any chance happen to be related to Leo Cromwell, would you?
Yes, he's my father. If you'll just give me 5 minutes to explain, I'm sure I can change your mind about him, and it was a mistake to have him arrested.
I can't believe all this stuff.
Cord, look at this. This is the very first picture you ever took of me.
Oh, boy, Tina, why'd you keep all this?
This reminds me of you, and I keep everything that reminds me of you.
Man, we had us some times back in El Paso, didn't we?
You know, I can remember the very first time I laid eyes on you.
Oh.
You came bursting into the room just because you were so excited because you won some prize, and you just stopped. You stopped mid-sentence, and you just stared at me.
Yeah, well, as I recall, I wasn't the only one doing a lot of staring that day.
I admit I noticed you were there.
You did. You know, I think that was the day I realized that I could fall in love at first sight. It took so much willpower for me not to run up to you and just kiss you right there and then.
Willpower?
Mm-hmm.
You're talking about willpower. Do you remember how hard you tried to get me to like you, even though you knew that I was spoken for?
Well, would you tell me then that you fell in love with me in spite of yourself?
I had no choice. One look in those big brown eyes of yours, and I forgot all about what's his name.
I guess we were both a little out of our minds at the time. Man, we've been on a rocky road ever since, haven't we?
What happened to us, Cord? What happened to all those hopes and dreams we had back in that stable?
Oh, boy, that stable, man. I'd almost forgotten about that.
I haven't. I was so confused back then. But somehow I knew deep inside that I was having feelings. Feelings that were going to change my entire life.
Well, what's wrong with cowboys?
There is nothing wrong with being a cowboy when you're in a stable. So tell me, Tina, what would you do with me if you had me at one of those big Pennsylvania cocktail parties, huh?
Well, I'd introduce you to my friends, if I had any.
Oh, yeah? And what would you say? Would you say, hey, everybody, this is my friend Cord. He's my new friend from Texas. Or would you say, hey, everybody, this is my friend Cord. He's my new friend, half from Texas and half from Mexico.
Well, what difference does that make?
Makes a lot of difference. Because they don't hold cocktail parties for my kind of a land view.
Cord, I have faults, and believe me, I have a lot of them. But nobody could ever call me prejudiced.
I'm not saying that you are. But that world that you live in, that world that means so much to you. You tell me then, okay? How would I fit in there?
You wouldn't.
Tina, it's okay.
No, Cord, it is not okay.
You know, and I am really ashamed of myself for even feeling this way or thinking this way, but I have finally come to realize that if I am going to get the prestige and the responsibility that I deserve, I am going to have to marry a guy who already has it.
Look, I'm sure you don't feel real good about me right now, and that makes two of us.
Well, you know, I sure admire a woman who knows what she wants. Hey, you're young yet, Tina. You just might change your mind.
I don't think so.
But look, you have got plenty of time to find this right man who's going to give you the world. But if you can just let the world wait, say, for one afternoon, what do you say?
I've waited this long. I guess I can wait for one more afternoon.
Lord, girl, what is it about you? Why can't I get you out of my system?
Now. We got a lot of work to do.
What work?
Well, we finished upstairs. Great. That's great.
Lunch is served.
Oh, we've been. Lunch? It's just a little after 11.
Okay, earlier lunch is served.
Gus and I are going to have to take a rain check. We got to get started on that guest bedroom downstairs.
Fine, just don't come complaining to me about cold soup and warm soda pop.
Yeah, excuse me just a minute. Dennis, maybe I ought to, go show you what it should look like before, you know, how it looked before the fire.
Good idea. Come on, Gus.
Well, listen, Vera, I guess I never really had a chance to thank you properly for saving Tina's life.
I just thank the good Lord I just stopped by there to check on her.
Yes, ma'am. From the looks of things around here, looks like she could have been in some serious trouble if you had. And if that had been the case, I don't know what I would have done. I'm real concerned about her, obviously. Because she's the mother of my son.
I understand. I also think that your coming to Arizona has done more good for Tina than all the weeks of physical therapy she's had.
Really?
Trust me. That girl's spirits have skyrocketed since you got here. You are the thing that she needs most to get herself back together again, both emotionally and physically.
Well, I guess I didn't know that I had that kind of effect on her.
There's no doubt about it, Cord. That's one girl to whom you make all the difference in the world.
So what do you say, Bo? Will you and Miss Fraser take me up on my offer to appear on Landview Crime Watch?
No.
Well, wait a minute. Well, this whole thing was your idea. I mean, we decided we were going to work together. Don't you want to take credit for capturing the Halloween burglar?
No.
Oh. Well, you have to be on the show. The viewers want to know how you caught that guy. Besides, I want to prove to Rafe and a few other people that Landview Crime Watch really works, so won't you just give me just a couple of minutes to do this?
No.
What? Can't you say anything else but no?
No, Melinda, listen. I appreciate all of your help, and it meant the world to me to get that antique watch back that Dee Dee had given me. But, you know, Fraser was just sitting here telling me that she's being hounded by the media right now about this whole little caper, and I think that we both believe that enough is enough. I don't think either one of us are interested in being on your show.
So that's your final answer?
Yes.
Thank you so much, Miss Carson, for all your help, and have a safe trip back to New York.
Oh, well, Clint, what do you think?
What do I think? I think we don't have a hell of a lot to go on. All we got is a man's first name.
Yeah, and we're not even sure he's the father of Nikki's child.
Yes, and that makes a long shot even longer.
Did Vicki ever mention knowing anybody named Leonard?
No, not that I recall.
Well, then, I guess the best thing we do is just tell her, and maybe it'll ring a bell.
No, wait a minute. Don't go jumping the gun here.
Clint, what are you suggesting? That we withhold information from Vicki?
What information? What information? That a fellow named Leonard may or may not be the baby's father?
Clint, I know Vicki is in pain, and suffering since she found out about this child. And that every new lead stirs up her emotions like a strong wind starting up a dust storm. But I think that she has the right to know. And it's your duty to tell her, as you promised, everything that you find out. Otherwise, you're just going to hurt her more by abusing her trust in you.
I just wish I had something concrete to tell her.
Darling, she doesn't want answers. She just wants you to be open and honest.
All right, fine. Fine. I'll go down to the Banner and I'll tell her what little I know.
I think that's the thing to do, Clint.
Yeah, well, why does my gut tell me otherwise? Tell me something, Renee. Why can't I just carry on this search without bothering Vicky until I do have something concrete?
Because it's Vicky's child we're looking to find.
All right, come on. I'll walk you out to the car.
So you see, Mrs. Buchanan, you've got to drop the trespassing charges against him. Give him another chance.
Look, my husband and I have already realized that your father was telling the truth about being an archaeologist, but you must understand, he broke into our home. He cannot go unpunished for that.
You're right. He should have never gone into your cabin without permission. But you know, sometimes my father just goes into action first and then he thinks later, and especially when he's working on a big project like this, I'm sure that he just considered that you and your husband would naturally think that it was a worthwhile cause.
Yes, but that's the kind of behavior I would expect from my 12-year-old son.
Yeah, he does act like a child once in a while, but his enthusiasm is his greatest asset when he's working on something big.
Your enthusiasm for his projects is as much as his, isn't it?
Yes, and yours will be too when you see what he found near your cabin.
My goodness. That's lovely. Who is it?
Could very possibly be Ben Franklin's mistress. The piece is definitely late 18th century.
Oh. It's very lovely.
It's yours now, considering my father found it on your property.
Oh, no. No. Your father discovered it. He should keep it. Along with anything else he might happen to find.
You mean you're gonna let him continue the dig?
Well, I will have to discuss it with my husband, obviously, but yes, as far as I'm concerned, your father can resume his archaeological expedition anytime he wants.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much, Mrs. Buchanan. I cannot wait to tell my father. Mrs. Buchanan, my father wanted you to have this. Thank you again. Thank you so much.
I know you're not sitting around waiting to hear this. I don't know how to thank you for turning down Melinda's request.
Well, you could start by telling me why you're so camera shy.
I'm just a simple country girl who tends to fade into the wallpaper.
Pardon my French, but I happen to know that that's a crock of bull.
I beg your pardon?
Well, you can call me zealously overprotective, but when somebody strolls into my brother's living room, when all the lights are out, I just get this uncontrollable urge to just check him out.
A justifiable case of snooping, is that it?
No, you can relax. I mean, this wasn't illegally obtained at all. You care to hear your qualifications for Bumpkin of the Year?
Do I have a choice?
Well, let's see. A graduate of Vassar, summa cum laude. Extensive experience in international banking. Says here that you worked for one of the biggest banks in New York City as a consultant. This is an interesting little tidbit here. A trained sharpshooter with an expert marksmanship's rating. So why don't you tell me why you need my help to fend off the media?
Why don't we discuss this over lunch?
Your treat?
Of course. I think I owe it to you. Besides an explanation of just who Joelle Frazier really is.
you doing?
I'm trying to whistle. I saw Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, and it made all this kind of stuff much easier for them, so I thought I'd try it.
Well, if you got any squirrels or rabbits, maybe you send them over here and help me get this done, huh?
Very funny. I won't do that, but I'll see what I can do.
Oh, thanks, but I think there's only room for one pair of hands on this valve. No.
Why, what's the problem?
Well, I'm trying to get this valve to go, but it won't budge.
So?
So, if I don't open the valve, we can't get the water. If we don't get the water, we can't clean up the room properly.
Here you need
What?
a monkey wrench.
Oh, yeah? You got one?
No, but I think that's what you need.
Come on, sucker. Turn.
What? Maybe you're not turning the right valve.
Tina, do you know a whole lot about plumbing?
No, I know absolutely nothing about plumbing, but I know enough to know that if that valve doesn't work, then you should try and turn this valve.
What are you doing? No, Tina, no.
Harry, yes, is Mr. Buchanan there, please?
He's right behind you.
Oh, Harry, never mind. He just walked in. I was trying to reach you at home.
Well, don't bother. I'm not there.
No kidding.
No kidding. So, how's your first day back on the job going?
Busy. You'll never guess who just walked in here.
Give Clint a hint.
Okay. It has a lot to do with Benjamin Franklin's mistress.
Leo Cromwell was here?
Nope. Leo Cromwell's daughter was here.
Didn't know he had a daughter.
Neither did I, but she was here because I just met her. And she made a very strong case for us dropping the charges against her father.
Oh, so he's got her doing his dirty work for him.
Are you going to pass judgment, or are you going to listen to what I have to say?
Okay, I'll listen.
Thank you. First of all, she showed me this.
What is it?
That is a late 18th century cameo, which Leo Cromwell found on our property.
Oh, and I suppose this lady is Mr. Franklin's mistress, right?
Tis a distinct possibility.
Honey, it's also very possible that Mr. Cromwell went to some pawn shop and picked this up to substantiate his story.
Why are you always so skeptical?
All right, I'm sorry. Everything points to his being on the level, I know. But I still don't appreciate his digging holes in our ground without our permission.
Well, then, let's get to him.
Oh, yeah, right.
Do you have any idea how important it would be if it were to be discovered that Ben Franklin actually had a connection with Lantano Mountain?
You're serious about this, aren't you?
Yes, of course I am. You know I've always been fascinated with American history, especially now that I have experienced it firsthand.
What if Mr. Cromwell is just yanking our chain, honey?
Well, if he is, I will assume full responsibility for whatever happens, but I don't think he is. After hearing his daughter talk and seeing the cameo, I really think that he's onto something big.
I don't know, sweetheart.
Oh, darling, please, trust my instincts just this once.
It's going to be a very big project. You sure you got the time for it?
I'll make time.
All right, you keep an eye on Mr. Cromwell, and I'll drop the charges and let him keep punching holes.
Oh, thank you, darling. You're not going to regret this. You'll see. Mr. Leo Cromwell is going to dig out the whole treasure of American artifacts. Joanne, hi. Would you please get me the sheriff's office in Credence? Thank you. What are you doing here, by the way? Did you come to talk to me about something special?
No, it'll keep.
Oh, yes, hello. This is Victoria Buchanan speaking. I would like to speak to the sheriff, please, about having some charges dropped.
So you're just a down-home country gal, huh?
Straight from the backwoods of northern Louisiana.
Which would explain your first name, but it doesn't explain why you don't want to use it.
Well, it reminds me of how my father was disappointed that I wasn't born a boy.
I don't get it.
Well, my father's first name was Joe. His middle initial was L, so calling me Joelle was his way of naming me after himself.
Actually, I think that sounds kind of sweet.
Well, I didn't think so. I hated being treated like a boy. That's why I couldn't wait to move as far away from home as possible.
But they say you can never run away from who you really are.
True, but there's no law that says you can't improve upon your upbringing. Besides, most men don't like tomboys.
So, the country caterpillar blossoms into the city sophisticated.
Something like that.
Well, I gotta admit, I think you pulled off that transformation just beautifully.
Thank you.
I can't tell you how grateful I am to you, Mrs. Oh, they told me that I would find your wife in here.
She went to get some files.
Well, I suppose there's no harm in extending my gratitude to you instead.
No, of course not. But it was my wife who talked me into dropping the charges and allowing you to go on with your digging.
Well, I promise you won't regret your decision.
No. I certainly hope not.
Believe me, I have every hope that this will turn out to be one of the most important digs of the century, and American history will be forever enriched by the discovery of Benjamin Franklin's letters.
Well, first you have to find them.
Oh, I'll find them all right if I have to dig up every square inch of land around your cabin.
Now, hold on just a minute here.
Don't worry. I'll take particular care not to disturb the ecological balance of the surrounding woodland.
What about the economic balance of restoring the property after you get through with it?
I promise I shall restore every blade of grass to its original location when I'm finished. You won't even know I've been there.
Mr. Cromwell, I presume. I'm Victoria Buchanan. What a pleasure it is to finally meet you.
I hate it when that happens. It's another fine mess you've gotten us into.
Yeah, I didn't know that was connected to Old Faithful.
I guess not.
Yeah, I really hate getting wet when I don't want to.
You know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of that time we were at that fireman's ball and you were sitting on that little bench underneath that big bucket of water. People were paying $1 a shot to knock that water on you.
Yeah, well, at least that was for charity. And besides, you wouldn't let me open a kissing booth.
Well, my mama didn't raise no fool.
Well, one good thing. That, at least opening that valve kind of cleaned up some of the soot around here. Well, what's wrong?
I'm just thinking about how beautiful you look. This is beautiful what you did that night.
Oh, come on. I must look like a drowned rat. Don't I?
This has been the 88th vote, an eyewitness.
Friends make over friends on the next Oprah Winfrey Show.
Okay, people, we're going to take it from the top of the scene. Camera 1 online, and action.
Roxanne, are you crazy? You can't stay at the sorority house this weekend. Why not?
Megan, don't cross there. Make Scarlett come to you, okay? Scarlett, ready, go. Take 4.
Because all the girls are going away, that's why. So?
Camera 2.
So, aren't you afraid? Of what? Of the campus straggler. I mean strangler. Of the campus strangler.
Okay, ladies, let's not lose it. Take 1.
Listen, Cara. Laugh, 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 ha, ha, ha. Do you always believe the stories you hear around the campfire?
Camera 4.
Go ahead. Laugh, 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 ha, ha, ha. But there's already been 2 girls that have been killed. And both of them were blonde. And both of them were attending this school.
Well, it could have been a coincidence.
Megan, not so far over.
Go ahead, laugh if you want to. But there's already been 2 girls killed. And they were both blonde. And they were both attending this school.
Oh, it could have been a coincidence.
It's not a coincidence, Roxanne. This guy's a whacked-out serial killer. You can't stay at the sorority alone. Please.
Listen, kid, I got a heavy-duty statistic test to study for.
Yeah, well, I just hope you don't wind up becoming one.
Camera 4.
Uh-oh. What's gonna happen now?
Just give us the reaction, Megan. Thank you. Okay, everybody, we're gonna set up the next scene.
Brava! Brava, bravissima, bella Lagos.
I'd like to thank the Academy and my father for making this all possible. And of course, my producer, what's his name?
That was cute, Megan. Hello, Roger.
Randy?
Look, I'm sorry, but I'm gonna have to ask you to leave the set.
Oh, come on, Randy.
Well, you know the new rules, Megan. No visitors allowed.
He's only going to stay for camera blocking.
Megan?
Take it easy, son. You know, you're going to miss Megan when we move to California. You won't have anyone to kick you around anymore.
Mr. Cromwell, are you all right? You look as if you've seen a ghost.
I have. At least the shadow of one.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
The moment I saw you walk through that door, you reminded me of someone. Someone I knew long ago.
Really? Who? Mr. Cromwell? Who do I remind you of?
Here's what to do when you don't find the rainbows in this time. Here's where you go when it looks like the rain won't end. Don't cry.
Court, please. Please don't.
Don't what?
Look, let's not start something that we can't finish.
Tina, it was just a kiss.
Yeah, I know what it was. I don't want to have my heart broken again.
Tina, that kiss was for real.
Look, I know you meant it, and that's exactly what scares me.
Why?
Look, a lot of things have changed between us, and I'm not just gonna let just one little kiss just change my whole life again, that's all.
But I'm telling you, there was no trick in that kiss. I felt it deep, deep, deep down inside of me.
Are you sure? I mean, are you sure it wasn't just our little trip down memory lane that brought that on?
Oh, is that what you thought it was?
Court, look, I mean, looking at all those mementos and everything, it just, I don't know, it just brings us back to an earlier time, you know, when we were more naive and we didn't know what all we wanted out of life, and we could just get caught up in the whole romance, I guess, and fantasy of everything being new, but things have changed since then.
You know, I never stopped caring, girl. That has never changed.
I know you care about me. It's just that that's not enough anymore.
It's a start.
Court, don't you see what this is? It's the same old story. I'm the damsel in distress here, and you're the white knight who's coming to my rescue. But you see, I know how the rest of this goes, you see, because once the ranch here is all rebuilt, you're just going to hop on the next plane back to Landview. And Sarah.
Tina, wait a minute, wait.
No, Sarah is a wonderful woman. She really is. Honest, and she's very nice, she's warm, she's understanding and level-headed, and I know you need that. No, just let me finish. I'm not going to have people accuse me of coming between you and Sarah. I think some memories are just best left alone and just forgotten.
Leave.
Why are you shaking your head? Well, I'm trying to do the right thing here.
Well, I'm sorry, Tina, because you can't do the right thing. Because you've already got what you didn't even want. You got it even though you were 2,000 miles away to boot.
What'd I get?
Tina, because of you, Sarah and I have split. For good.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to upset you. I guess it's true what they say about everyone having a twin somewhere in the world.
I look like someone you know?
Yes, a woman I knew a long time ago. But it's not important. Besides, if we're going to discuss the past, I'd rather it be the late 18th century. Your husband tells me that you convinced him to allow me to continue to dig up near your family's cabin.
Well, it was a mutual decision, although I must admit that I do have a personal interest in the documentation and preservation of our nation's history.
I can't tell you how thrilled I am to hear you say that. I'm sure there is a wealth of history up on Lantano Mountain.
Well, I'll be happy to do anything I can to help you find Mr. Franklin's papers.
And as I assured your husband before you came in, I have a profound respect for the natural environment. I shall see to it personally that the natural beauty of your property is restored when I'm finished my dig.
How much excavating do you plan on doing?
Well, that depends on my initial findings.
Are you going to use shovels, pickaxes, backhoes?
Excuse me, does the Banner have a morgue on the premises?
Yes, of course. What's that got to do with your dig?
I would like to look through some past editions. I believe if I could find a few pertinent articles, I could convince you of the genuineness of my project.
Well, our files really only go back to the 1940s. If I'm not mistaken, Franklin was dead by then.
I realize that, Mrs. Buchanan, but if you would permit me to look through the files, I believe I could come up with some of that proof you rightly were asking for.
Oh, well, I don't know what you hope to find, but if it's that important to you, certainly, go ahead and try.
Well, thank you very much. Now, if you would just direct me to the morgue.
Oh, yes. Just take a left out here in the hallway. Take a right down the stairway. There'll be a girl at the desk. You just tell her that we gave you the okay to look through the files. Her name's Gail.
I'll be back within the hour.
Is it me, or did that fellow just change channels on us in the middle of a conversation?
You know, I think you're doing Megan a huge disservice by putting dreams in her head about making it big in Hollywood.
Well, what makes you think they're only dreams?
Do you have any serious offers?
Not yet, but I have some interviews lined up for her with some very influential movie producers.
Can't take interviews to the bank.
I realize that.
Good. Then if you have your daughter's best interest at heart, you'll get her to sign for another year.
Excuse me, can you stop talking about me as if I'm not here?
If Megan doesn't want to renew her contract, that's her business.
You mean you're going to throw away her entire acting career to do lunch with a couple of Hollywood bigwigs?
Excuse me, I'd like to say something here.
Megan's talents are being wasted on this two-bit circus.
Two-bit? You want to see last month's production budget, pal?
Sure, Megan. I'd love to hear your opinion.
Randy, I have no desire to continue this conversation. I'm taking Megan to California with me because we're family. And family ties are stronger than anything you can offer.
Oh, that's very touching. Well, let's hope that nothing comes along to shake up the little family.
Thanks a lot, Dad.
What's the matter? I think I handled that lout rather well.
No, you didn't. You threw down the gauntlet and Randy was jerk enough to pick it up.
Hey, 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 beautiful lady. Got a minute for one of your biggest fans?
Max, I'd like you to meet my father.
Hi, glad to meet you. Gives me a chance to thank you for your handiwork.
No, don't mention it, then. Please, call me Roger.
Will do. Oh, before I forget, I came by to give you this.
Here you go, Raj.
What's this?
Oh, well, since you're so interested in your daughter's career, I thought this tape would show you how talented she really is.
Randy, no!
No, go ahead. Use the machine in my office. I think you'll be astounded by some of the fine acting choices Megan made.
Dad, please don't look at that tape.
In the beginning, there was man and there was woman.
Want some apple juice?
Equal in all ways but one. Boys get wet up front. Girls get wet in the middle. Two different problems, yet all diapers were created alike. Until now. Introducing new Love's Deluxe for girls and new Love's Deluxe for boys. Both with Love's exclusive leak guard system that can absorb wetness again and again without leaking. Now placed where baby wets most. Up front for boys, in the middle for girls. Made like no other diaper ever created to help stop leaking.
They're pink. They're blue.
They're new. Love's Deluxe for girls, Love's Deluxe for boys. Boys and girls won't change. So we did.
Which do you think will taste...
What's gotten into you, Megan? Why shouldn't I look at this tape?
Randy wants to embarrass me by showing you some of my earlier scenes.
Earlier scenes?
Yes, you know, some of the ones when I wasn't very comfortable in front of the camera.
Well, I think it might be refreshing to see you when you were a little less sure of yourself.
I think I'd like to take a look at those myself.
No, I don't think you would.
My
I don't
office
think that's a good
is
idea.
right down the door, right out the hall here, on your left. You guys make yourselves comfortable.
Thanks, Randy. Come on, man.
Daddy,
Enjoy yourselves.
is that what I think it is?
In living color.
I can't believe you're going to show them that trash.
Oh, really, Megan? Trash? Now, some people would say that pornography is an art form unto itself.
Why are you doing this to me?
Because I have enough headaches without having to worry about you signing for another year.
Forget it, Randy. I'm not resigning. I've got to stop my father.
The more you try to stop your father, the more you're going to arouse his curiosity.
You are scum. Do you know that?
Hey, I'm a producer. Anyway, I think it's time your father found out what his lily white daughter's really all about. You know, once he sees that tape, he's not going to be so eager to play little family games. And I think he'll find out how far you're willing to go for a part.
How dare you accuse me of coming between you and Sarah?
Oh, wait a minute. I'm not accusing you of anything.
Oh, yes, you are. And I can't believe you'd be so cruel, especially when I've been opening up my heart to you like I have.
Tina, you're not listening to me. It was my fault. I was only kidding myself.
About what?
About my feelings for Sarah.
I thought you loved her.
Yeah, well, if I did, I don't know why I had such a problem making a commitment to her when she needed it. Well, I couldn't make her stay.
Stay? Where's she going?
See, Sarah took a stand with me, and she threw a great big what if in my lap. What if her daddy wanted to move her out to California? Would I stop her?
Would you?
You know, I gave her every pat line I could think of. As long as it was right for her, as long as she was happy, that was what was most important to me.
But she wanted you to ask her to stay, right?
Yeah. And when she finally asked me the question, I couldn't give her the answer that she wanted to hear. She was asking me to make a choice. And to tell you the truth, I couldn't believe how fast I made it. And she couldn't either. Which is why she let me go.
I'm sorry. That really must have hurt.
It was tough, but I guess that's what life is all about, huh? Making decisions. Some of them are tough, some of them are not so tough. But the thing is, Tina, I made this decision, and it all's going to work out for the best, because now I'm not going to drive her crazy anymore.
About what?
About the fact that you are so important to me, and little CJ, and the fact that those things are never going to change.
But
What? But you what?
I'm almost afraid to ask.
Go ahead, Tina. I'll be as open with you now as I always have been.
Well, just because you split up with Sarah doesn't mean that there's a real future for us, does it?
Why don't we just take that one step at a time right now?
Good, because I don't want to rush anything, because that's how I really get into trouble. You know, I rushed into that whole thing with Patrick, and that's how I ended up making the worst mistake of my life.
I guarantee you, girl, right now, this is the genuine article standing right in front of you.
Yeah, that scares me.
I guess I could understand that.
Yeah, and well, this time I'd really want things to be for keeps. I would, and I think it's good then that we don't rush anything, because I'd really hate myself if I ruined things by rushing it. So we can take it slow, right?
Honey, do you think that this editorial has enough punch? Honey?
Oh, sorry.
What's wrong?
That Cromwell fella, honey, there is, his behavior, there's something a little cockeyed there.
Oh, he's just anxious to get started on his new dig.
He changed gears in midstream on us.
He's a little eccentric.
A little? A little? I think he's been out in the sun too long. I'm not too sure we should get involved with him.
Oh, it's too late. We've already given him permission to start digging. Besides, I find him fascinating.
Oh, you do you?
Yeah, I do. He's a bit like an absent-minded professor, but with real fire and passion in his eyes.
What were you doing looking that deeply into another man's eyes?
Are you jealous?
I don't know. It'd be a little hard to compete with a fiery, passionate archaeologist.
You left out fascinating.
All right, I can take a hint. I can take a hint.
You know, darling, if I were you, I wouldn't worry terribly much about him. He's not exactly my type.
Oh, good.
Besides, I don't think there's any harm in admiring someone who gets excited about his dreams.
As long as they're not pipe dreams.
No, I don't think they are.
Is that why you're still willing to take a chance on him? Give him another chance?
Yeah, I think so. That. Also, the way his daughter spoke about him, with real love and respect.
Well, you may be sold on him. I'm still not too sure he knows what the hell he's doing.
All right. Maybe you'll be convinced when he comes back from the morgue with his evidence.
It better be good.
Hey, take it easy. That's a delicate piece of equipment. What are you looking for anyway?
Oh, my God.
What's the matter? Are you all right?
No. This is the darkest day of my life.
Fluffy, jerky treat, jerky treat, jerky treat.
It's the real meat in jerky treat strips dogs go jerky for.
Wipe your feet.
Oh, Tina, I can't believe you kept all this stuff. Anyone ever tell you you're something like a pack rat? Look at
No,
this.
it's good to have mementos, and you can look back on the... Oh, look at this. Il cuore di sangue.
Say what?
This is the flower that Piccolino gave me.
Oh,
The bleeding heart.
I remember you telling me about that.
Oh, he was such a sweet man. He really was. You know, and I'm never gonna forget how he helped us find our baby.
I guess he was like a giant among men, huh?
Yeah, I guess you could say that. I wonder if he ever took my advice and got out of that tower.
What is it with you and towers, anyway? Why, they always seem to bring out the best in you.
What do you mean?
Well, your determination to find our son led you to that clock tower in Venice. And then your bravery sure showed when you were in that tower at the lighthouse with that madwoman Ursula.
I only wish my bravery could have saved her father. Court, if things had turned out differently, I never would have left there without him.
Even if it would have meant risking your life?
I guess so.
Wow, you really have changed, haven't you? You know, there would have been a time when Tina would have done anything to save herself first, no matter what.
Well, I wish I had thought to save myself first before I got involved with Patrick London.
I guess there's some things there that I don't quite understand yet. I mean, even though the man looks so much like Boa, I can't understand you opening yourself up to something like that.
I did it because I thought I'd never have a chance with you again. And I was very vulnerable, and he came on really strong, and I guess I just got caught up in the whole fantasy of it. You know, the romantic dinners and the secret meetings. And the thought of marrying him made losing you hurt a lot less. In fact, there was a time I thought I'd never trust another man again as long as I live.
Even me?
Would it hurt you if I said yes?
Not if you tell me why.
Is it so hard to realize? I mean, is it really so hard to figure out, Cord, that I just wanted to hear you say that you love me. You know, when you tried to stop me from marrying Beau, if you would have told me that you wanted me back, I would have sent Beau packing right then. I mean, here you are, you're telling me you're just full of all these feelings right now. Well, why couldn't you tell me that you love me when I really needed to hear you say that?
Why are they laughing?
You said shave it.
I said shave. I said shave. Yeah. Sure, come on in. We do this. This is my favorite blooper of all time here.
I said get out. If you want my sister, she's yours.
Fine. At least she knows how to give a man the kind of love he needs. Something you'll never be able to give.
You don't know
you're a straight. Why?
Oh, God. I haven't laughed so much as I don't know when.
Sweetheart, I think we better start keeping a closer watch on the editor's expense accounts.
Mr. Cromwell. Well, now, what did you find? You any closer to unearthing Benjamin Franklin's letters?
I'm sorry, Mrs. Buchanan, but I'm terribly embarrassed. It seems that I've made a complete mistake.
You mean the letters don't exist?
Oh, they exist all right, but they're not to be found anywhere near the Lord family cabin.
Are you sure?
Positive. It seems my calculations were in error from the very beginning. It looks as though I have interfered with your lives and made a nuisance of myself for nothing.
Well, now, wait a minute. You told us that you had spent years researching this so you could pinpoint the exact location of those letters. Then you leave and you spend, what, a little over an hour going over some old newspaper articles, and you say the whole thing's a mistake?
Well, archaeology isn't just a question of calculations and research. Very often it's pure intuition and instinct. Sometimes our hope clouds our better judgment.
Sometimes, yeah.
Mr. Buchanan, I am deeply regretful for having intruded in your lives. Believe me, I regret everything.
I'm sorry it didn't work out, Mr. Cromwell.
Well, I want to thank you for your patience and understanding and for dropping the trespassing charges against me.
It's quite all right.
Well, I've wasted quite enough of your time. I can assure you, you won't have to worry about Leo Cromwell darkening your doorstep ever again.
Oh, no, wait, Mr. Cromwell, there's no need to... What a strange man.
Rice-A-Roni has 2 new wild rice dishes. Now, that's wild. I'm bored.
Would you do me a favor, please?
Sure. What is it?
The next time I decide to jump on someone's bandwagon, will you stop me? Remind me how many flakes there are in this world?
I don't think you're a flake, honey.
Leo Cromwell.
Well, I hate to be an I told you so.
Well, then don't be an I told you so-er. I feel stupid enough as it is.
Well, you shouldn't. Honey, maybe the fella was a con artist and he decided to back off when he realized that he couldn't pull one over on the Buchanans.
No. No, there's much more to this than that.
Such as?
I don't know. I don't know, but he was very upset when he came back from the morgue. And he kept staring at me. I'm going to go talk to Christine. Maybe she can tell me what's going on.
Don't do that.
Why not?
Well, sweetheart, you know that no good comes out of butting into other people's personal affairs, and you know that.
Well, there might be something wrong with him that his daughter doesn't even know about.
What if it is? Your butting in isn't going to make it any better, is it?
No, I suppose you're right.
Fine, so let's just drop it. Okay?
It's such a shame. I was really looking forward to getting involved in this whole Franklin Papers business. I need a distraction. The whole search for my daughter has left me feeling very frustrated.
Something else will come up. I promise you. Matter of fact, you could start right now. You could go over these expense accounts that we were talking about while I run some copy down to the entertainment editor. Huh? Would you do that for me?
Sure, why not? I did come to the office to work, didn't I?
Good girl.
Something is not right. Leo Cromwell really overreacted. I would sure like to know why.
I don't think the answer to that question is as easy as you think.
Can't be that complicated.
You know, Tina, Patrick London had everybody in town caught up in that web of deceit of his. And somehow I knew that he was doing everything in his power to destroy the entire family, and I was not about to let that happen.
Well, I'm part of that family, or didn't that count?
Come on, girl, you gotta be fair with me. Because I did try to warn you. I told you that the man wasn't the beau that everybody had been telling me about for so long. I wish I had $1 for every time I tried to warn you.
You may have warned me, but you always use CJ as the excuse. If it was because you loved me, why didn't you just tell me?
Tina, there were a lot of things happening then.
What, so you're saying that you were just trying to keep me from making a mistake with Beau, is that it?
Looking back, I know better. Now. Then I just didn't realize it.
Well, I wish you had. Because then I wouldn't have gotten pregnant. And then I wouldn't have been kidnapped by Ursula, and I wouldn't have had to go through the pain of losing that baby.
Okay. Hey. Come on. That's all in the past now. And believe me, if I had it all to do again, I would do it differently.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to put all the guilt on you. I mean, really, you were there to try to help me. Well, to save me from myself a lot. Way before anybody else ever did.
Well, that ought to count for something.
Yeah, I guess it does.
Oops. Sorry.
That's all right, Dennis. We were just doing a little cleaning of the air, that's all. We'll have plenty of time for that after we finish our work, huh?
Well, that's why I'm here. I was hoping I might get you to clean out that pantry so Gus and I can get in there and put things back into shape.
You got it. I'll go take care of it right now.
Cord, I gotta talk to you, man.
Sounds serious.
It is. And it's very troubling. That's why I sent Tina into the other room. I don't think she needed to hear what I have to say.
Well, it's refreshing to see that my daughter does relax in the studio once in a while. She usually takes her work too seriously.
Not anymore.
Well, I enjoyed the tape, and I also enjoyed the tour you set up for me. But I have some important EnviroCare work to attend to, so I better be shoving off. Max, it was a pleasure meeting you.
Pleasure was mine.
Come out to California and visit us sometime.
Yeah, it's a deal.
Goodbye, baby.
Bye, Daddy.
I'll call you when the meeting's over.
Okay. Where did you get that tape of outtakes?
Brought it with me. What do you think was in the envelope? I was hoping maybe you could make a few copies for me so that I could send them to friends in the West.
Oh, Max, I cannot tell you how happy I am you switched those tapes. That was you who switched the tapes, wasn't it?
Of course. I saw how upset you were about Randy laying this little baby on your father. I figured something was on here you did not want your father to see.
Yes, my father and everyone else in the world. I'll just take that.
Whoa. You got my curiosity piqued. And this cat ain't leaving until he sees what's on the tape.
Max.
Which Crayola kit's the most fun?
Off the top of my head, the Drawn Desk. Or Designer Care for Vehicles. No, the Caddy.
Come on, you must have a favorite.
Okay. Why don't you want me to see this tape?
I didn't want to embarrass you.
Why is this going to embarrass me?
Because it's pretty tasteless. Most skin flicks are.
Are you telling me that that's X-rated?
Yeah, and I'm the star.
Megan, why...
Max, please don't say anything. I'm humiliated enough as it is.
Well, you showed some courage by fessing up to it. Why didn't you just lie? Tell me it was a lousy program where you went up every other word.
Would you have believed me?
No. But I would have respected your privacy. You want to tell me one thing? What does Randy have to do with this?
This is Randy's film. We were close friends when I first started in the business, and he convinced me to do a film that one of his production companies was making.
Didn't he tell you what kind of film it was?
No, not really. I was young and naive. I didn't know any better. I thought they were joking when he said that I was going to have to do a topless scene. Well, they dared me to do it and gave me a little bourbon and some pills, and I got further and further along, and before I knew it, it was too late.
I knew that man was a pig first time I laid
Max,
eyes on him.
it's not just all his fault. I had a hand in this, too. I did it. Randy was very powerful back then, and I knew that he was going to be going places, and so I wanted to be right there with him.
Oh, yeah. Worth the price of admission?
No. No, I should never have done this thing in the first place. The worst thing is that I know it's going to haunt me for the rest of my life, and there's nothing I can do about that. I can't erase my mistakes the way I can erase this tape, so I'm just going to have to bear with them and go on.
Thank you for being so honest with me. I'm sure it wasn't easy.
Don't hate me.
I don't hate you. I just wish I had an answer to this problem, and I don't. But, I gotta say that I haven't exactly lived the life of a saint, and if some of my mistakes came back, I'd, be pretty embarrassed. And I think that qualifies me to say that I would, like to help you. If you let me.
Here we go. 2 cheeseburgers, a Diet Cola, and an iced tea.
Okay.
And thank you so much for giving me my job back.
Are you gonna thank me every time you place an order?
I'm sorry, but I like working here, and it's starting to feel like home. I missed my friends.
Hey, isn't that your dad?
Sure is. I'll be back in a minute for those orders, okay? Dad? Well, what happened when you start the dig?
Never. It's all been a terrible mistake. Look, I'm going back to Wilmington, and I want you to pack your bags and come with me.
I don't understand. I talked to Mrs.
Didn't
Buchanan.
you hear me? I want you to pack your bags. We're going to leave this godforsaken town at once.
I'm not going anywhere until you tell me what's wrong.
Please, Christine, I'll tell you all you need to know when we get home. Now, come.
What has gotten into you? Why are you behaving this way?
You want me to drag you out of here? Now, come
Stop
on.
it! You're frightening me!
Hey, let her go.
You stay out of this.
Look, I know you're her father, but that doesn't give you the right to treat her like that.
You mind your own business, young man.
Christine, wait.
Christine!
Okay, folks, show's over. I should throw you out.
You go right ahead.
No, I don't want to cause Christine any more embarrassment than you already have. You can stay here if you don't make any more scenes.
Oh, don't worry. I won't cause any more trouble. The worst is done. There's not much I can do about it.
I don't mind telling you, Mr. Buchanan, that guy gave me the creeps. You should have seen the way he reacted when he found what he was looking for. He was looking into Mrs. Buchanan's past. You know, microfilm, clippings, old articles, anything that had ever been written about Mrs. Buchanan.
I think you better show me exactly what he was looking at.
Well, the last thing he was looking at is still on the machine. All you have to do is turn it on. What is it, Mr. Buchanan?
It's the article Vicky wrote right after her last bout with Nicky Smith.
I remember that. The banner ran at front page about 2 years ago.
Yeah. Vicky wanted to put an end to the sensationalism surrounding her double life.
I don't understand what that article has to do with this guy calling off his search for the Franklin letters.
Neither do I. Neither do I.
I love you.
Champagne is now being served on the after deck.
By the way, when will your inheritance come through?
Lobster is now being served on the promenade
I
deck.
love your villa at Monte Carlo.
Colombian coffee is now being served in the starboard side lounge.
No wonder so many people's preference.
So what's going on, Dennis? What's got you so upset?
Tina wasn't responsible for the fire that started and destroyed this place.
Wait a minute. Why didn't you tell Tina when she was here? You know how upset she's been. She's been blaming herself.
Wait, there's more. You see, traces of gasoline were found out by the living room door.
Wait a minute. Are you telling me that this fire was set deliberately?
I'm afraid so. You see, I just got a copy of the fire inspector's report.
Yeah?
Everything seems to point to the fact that it was a classic case of arson.
Did they say if this arsonist knew that Tina was upstairs in the bedroom, that she was sleeping in the house when it happened?
Well, they don't know who it was yet, so they don't have an answer for that.
Oh, damn, Tina could have been killed.
I know. That's why I didn't want to upset her with this news.
Well, no, that was a good idea. I mean, if you had told Tina there was somebody out there who was potentially trying to kill her, that would have set her right off.
Well, we don't know why they set the fire, but one thing is for certain sure. Whoever did it is still out there. And there's no way of telling when or if they might come back to finish the job.
Are you sure this is what got Mr. Cromwell so upset?
That's the article, all right.
Thanks, Gail. You've been a big help.
Is there anything else I can get you?
No, I can take it from here.
Well, if you need anything, I'll be at my desk.
Thank you. Nicky Smith and Leo Cromwell. Leo. What about the baby? Did you ever hear what became of it?
Unfortunately, no. As I said, Nicky wasn't at the clinic all that long. We didn't have much of a chance to talk. That's why I felt so bad when she left. I had the feeling that she didn't have a friend in the world. Wish I could be more of a help, but it was so long ago.
Well, please try, Miss Parsons. This is very important.
So I gather. Are you a relative of Nicky's?
No, not exactly, but I have a very personal interest in the child. What about phone calls? Did Nicky get any calls while she was there?
Now that you mention it, I did receive a call from someone. It was a man. I just naturally assumed it was the baby's father.
Do you remember his name?
I think it was... Bernard. No, Leonard. That was his name, Leonard.
Leonard. Could Leo be short for Leonard?
Hey, Drew, you put in a good day's work. Why don't you go home?
Oh, okay. Thanks.
Sure. See ya.
See you tomorrow.
Hello, Wade.
Hi, Vicky. Welcome to Angel Burger.
Thank you.
Can I get you anything?
No, actually, I came here to talk to Christine Cromwell. She works here, right?
Yes, she does, but you just missed her.
Oh, do you know where she went?
No, but this is her father over here. He might know.
Thank you.
Sure.
Excuse me.
Okay.
Mr. Cromwell? Mr. Cromwell? May I join you? I came actually to talk to your daughter.
What a beautiful woman you have become.
I came to talk to Christine about you. I was very concerned the way you left our office earlier. I mean, to abandon your search so quickly?
Because it's hopeless, no. Absolutely hopeless.
But why? You had such enthusiasm for it. Surely there must be something that you're not telling us as to why it is now hopeless.
Please, I don't want to talk about it.
I'm only trying to help you.
I know you won't.
Well, won't you tell me why you're so upset?
You don't want to know.
I'm sure it can't be that bad.
Very well. I suppose you have a right to know the truth, every scrap of it. But I warn you, it may shatter the very foundation of your being. So prepare yourself for the worst.
Well, nobody wants their baby's diaper to leak. That's a pain in the neck. But what's more important is that it...
5. To live already in progress, Clint has prevented Leo from revealing his past with Nikki Smith to Vicky. Also, Max can't get back Megan's tapes from Randy, but he does dupe Randy to make some libelous statements which he tapes, and a counter blackmail is set up. And now, one life to live.
Miss Devine.
Bye-bye. As if you didn't already have enough on your mind. Don't even say it. I'm such a soft touch. Well, darling, I can't say as I blame you. It was kind of touching the way she stood up for her father. Yeah, I guess that's the way why I couldn't send her away empty-handed. There is something about her, though, isn't there?
Oh, sure. It costs a lot of money. But only a bonehead like a network VP would fail to see why you have to shell out that kind of cash.
Now, Randy, don't you think you're being a little hard on your superiors?
Megan, between you and me, I do not consider these jerks to be my superiors. Now, if I had it my way...
That's okay, Les. We got enough. Thanks. Cut. What do you think? Is that sound quality or what?
Oh, perfection, if you ask me.
Yeah, I'm sure those boneheads of the network are going to hear every word.
You son of a...
No, Randy. The bottom line is always the creative process, remember? Is it my fault I was a little more creative than you?
All right, Holden. How much?
Oh, Randy, I'm shocked. Do you think I went through all this trouble just to squeeze a few pennies out of a poor working stiff?
How much, Holden?
Randy, all I'm looking for is a fair trade. I'll give you the tape. All you have to give me is Megan's porno film with all the copies.
You little witch. This was your idea all along. All right, I want that tape back now, or you guys are going to regret it for the rest of your lives.
Well, we're just filled with little warnings, aren't we? I got one warning for you. You try and show the tape to anyone. I mean anyone. And I'm going to send your prize of interview to every network executive in this country after I'm done with you. Do we understand each other?
Yeah, I think we do. Now, Max, I guess you think you won this battle, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. But maybe you and your cute little ally here have lost the whole war.
It's great doing business with you, Randy. Have your machine call my machine. We'll do lunch sometime, babe. Don't worry about it. He's harmless now.
You don't know, Randy. He's even worse when he's wounded. Who knows what he's going to do next?
Presenting an all-new Disney musical classic, The Story of Oliver. It's dazzling Disney adventure, delightful Disney fun, and pure Disney magic.
Nothing that Randy can do to you.
Randy has very powerful friends. If he decides to call in a favor, who knows what kind of ammunition he'll use against me, or you for that matter.
Let him. We've got our own ammunition now.
Yeah, well, he's used to getting his own way, and when he doesn't, well, I don't think he's going to take this lying down.
Well, it's not my style either. If he wants to take his best shot, let him go ahead.
Well, what if I'm not as good a fighter as you are?
Stick around me, you will be. Hey, come on, what's with the sad face and the worrying? We got to celebrate here. We just got a stunning victory, Miss Gordon.
It's true. The look on his face when he heard that tape.
Oh, look at this. We got a smile here. That's what I was looking for, and I plan on keeping that here for the rest of the night. And I'm going to start with a romantic dinner for two.
Oh, yeah?
A little dirty dancing, me. And then...
And then?
And then...
Well, why did you stop?
I'll leave it up to your imagination. You got any bright ideas?
A few.
Oh, this is a nice one.
Okay, Professor. No, that's very good. Thank you very much. Right.
Well?
Well, there's an extensive file on Cromwell. Apparently he's not a favorite among the academic set.
Ah. He's a phony. I knew it.
Now, wait a minute. He's actually a bona fide teaching fellow at New York University in 1963. He was working on his PhD in archaeology.
1963. The same year Nicky Smith was living there. New York University is in Greenwich Village. The same place she was going to school, Larry.
Now, let me finish. Listen. He doesn't have a very good record there. He got in trouble, apparently, with the university and the local police. He was trying to support his education in some ways that weren't exactly legal.
Oh, really? What was he doing? Robbing banks to pay his tuition?
No, I don't think it's that drastic. But there was some kind of scam that he was involved in. So he was forced to drop out of it before he got his doctorate. Since then, his record's kind of unclear. He's been around the world, failing at one expedition after another.
Yeah, but he ends up here, right? He ends up here, Larry. He's a two-bit hustler. When I think of Vicky having anything to do with her, that he's involved in her life.
No, it was Nicky's life, remember that?
All right, Nicky's life. Right? The point is the man is here, and he's probably cooking up some scheme now involving Vicky and her daughter.
Right. What's this Christine Cromwell like?
I have no idea. I haven't said two words to her. Why?
Well, all right. It occurs to me that it's not Leo Cromwell's checkered past that's in question here. It's his daughter.
You got to be kidding me. Are you telling me that you actually believe this is some kind of coincidence? She floats into town first, and then he comes in later? Come on, Larry, they're tied together in this thing somehow.
You can't know that for sure.
I know enough. I know enough for me. I need you to do something for me. I want you to give me your word that you won't say anything to Vicky about this until I've had more chance to investigate this Leo Cromwell fella.
Clint, it's your decision, but I know it's not good to keep Vicky in the dark. What if she finds out you've been withholding?
I know what I'm risking. I know what I'm risking, okay? I gave her my word that I wouldn't keep anything from her, but something like this, Larry, is too much to lay on her without having absolute proof.
Sorry, I think it's a mistake.
The only mistake I made was letting Leo Cromwell into our lives in the first place.
You all ready for your trip?
I don't know, Vera. Listen, do you think I could borrow your handsome husband for one night?
I beg your pardon?
I need someone to drive me to Silver Spurs. The more I look at this map, the more scared I am to try it all alone.
Why do you have to go alone? Didn't Cord offer to drive you?
Yeah, he did. But I decided to say no, thank you. And I promise I'd have Dennis back safe and sound.
Honey, I don't worry about that for a minute, but why don't you want to go with Cord?
I do want to. Too bad. That's the problem.
You Easterners, I don't understand a word you say.
I'm falling in love again with him, Vera. God, I hate it.
Why? That's wonderful.
Yeah, it's wonderful, all right. I mean, it really is wonderful until he breaks my heart.
From what I see, Cord Roberts wouldn't hurt your little finger, much less break your heart.
Oh, he doesn't have to do that. I break my own heart all on my own. I mean, one little kiss and I'd...
A kiss? Honey, he kissed you a real kiss.
Yeah. As real as they get.
Well, doesn't that tell you something?
Yeah, it tells me he wanted to kiss me. It wasn't anything more definite than that, and I don't know. I just feel I should just spare myself all the pain and the rejection right
Tina.
now.
Listen to me, and listen good. The man came all this way because he cares about you, right?
It's what he said, but...
Then don't second guess him. You want my advice? You'd slide into that car next to him tonight, and you'd take that ride. And as to where it leads you, you won't find it in some map, honey. Let your feelings be your guide, for Cord and for you.
on who keeps babies driest. Ultra Pampers Plus, Loves for Boys, Loves for Girls, or Kleenex Huggies Super Trim diapers. And who gets the gold? Huggies Super Trim. Only Huggies.
I am sorry I was late. Dock my pay if you want.
Could you please relax about your paycheck? Tell me again what Vicky said.
Oh, wait, I could not believe it. She said that she would give me an appointment to look at my portfolio, and who knows, if she likes it, I might get my shot at the banner.
Outstanding. You know, it couldn't happen to a nicer waitress. Excuse me, I'm sorry. Photojournalist. Especially after your dad's been jerking you around lately.
Hey, that is not fair. If you only knew how hard he'd struggled to prove himself.
All right. The guy's a prince. I just wish he'd jump to your defense as quickly as you do to his.
Yeah, well...
Christine.
Dad, where have you been? I have so much that I want to tell you.
Yes, I've got plenty to tell you, too, but first...
Is there a problem, Mr. Cromwell?
What? Oh, no. I just wondered if Mr. and Mrs. Buchanan might still be here.
No, they went home. They have family and children they care about. Imagine
Wade.
that. I'm sorry. Go ahead and talk to your dad. I'll take care of your table.
Thank you. Come on, Dad, let's go over here.
Can we find a place with a little more privacy?
Hey, if you've forgotten I happen to be a working girl, that's how I can afford things like your bail, remember?
Yes, I remember only too well.
What's wrong?
What makes you think something's wrong?
Oh, gee, I don't know. You just come in here earlier, almost drag me out, and then insist that we leave town and abandon your entire search for the Franklin papers.
Christine, please believe me. You have to trust me. The search I'm on has to be abandoned immediately. You must come with me and leave this town.
But I can't leave town now, not after what happened with Vicky Buchanan today.
Vicky Buchanan.
Well, I went there to try to get her to give you a second chance.
Oh,
but no, wait.
No.
It turned out even better than that. She has agreed to look at my portfolio. And if she likes it, who knows? I may get my shot at the banner. Isn't that great?
That's great. Huh. My beautiful, talented daughter. Do you know how proud I am of you?
Dad, come on, please stay with me. It'll be just like the old days when we traveled the world together. Those crazy Cromwells together again.
Christine, I promise you, one day you'll understand. Everything I did, everything, I did for you.
All right, Tina, I'm all ready, and the car's all set, too, so let's head them up and move them out. What's the matter, girl? Aren't you ready yet?
Yeah, I'm ready. I just, you know, Dennis offered to drive me, so if you're having some second thoughts, that's fine.
Second thoughts? Tina, I'm really looking forward to spending some time alone with you in the car.
Well, yeah, I am too. It's just that I was just thinking...
It'll be all right.
Okay, you two. I don't want to hear you had to settle for some warmed-over chili at some roadside stand tonight. Out when old Vera fixed a meal fit for a king and a queen.
Oh, well, all right. Thank you very much. Isn't that nice of Vera?
Oh, Vera, that's so sweet of you.
I packed all your favorites, honey. And there's tons of coffee for the driver, too.
Oh, yes, ma'am. I see that. Well,
you have all you need, right?
I have everything I need.
Good. I'm going to go take this stuff. I'll put it out in the car. I'll get your bags, too.
Okay.
And your purse. Don't you worry about anything. I got it all.
Thanks.
No problem. I'll get the door, too.
Way to go, girl. You're rolling the dice.
Oh, Vera, I hope so. Oh, maybe this time I'll hit my lucky number, huh?
Oh, sweetheart, I'm sorry. I had to go back to the banner and tie up some loose ends.
You're good at that, aren't you? Loose ends, I mean.
I beg your pardon? Is something wrong?
You know, I wish I could say it was something new, but it is just the same old thing. Painfully so.
Honey, why don't I go upstairs and check on the kids? I'll come back down and we'll have a late dinner.
I don't really care about dinner. Renee was here.
Oh, was she?
You can stop pretending now. She told me all about Miss Parsons and a man named Leonard.
Now, before you go...
How could you do that to me? You swore to me. You gave me your solemn vow. No more secrets.
And I meant it. I meant it. I was going to tell you everything tonight.
How convenient.
Honey, look, when we were at the Angel Burger, didn't I tell you I had something to discuss, something important?
Important? That was my life. My life and my daughter's life. How could you keep it from me 1 second, knowing how I felt about it?
It was because I knew how you felt that I wanted you to be calm and collected. And after all the frustration today with that Leo Cromwell...
Now, don't use that poor man as an excuse. It is not up to you to decide what is right for me to know or not to know.
Not even if it's because I don't want you to be hurt?
Life hurts, Clint. Life hurts. It hurts knowing or not knowing. The least I expect from you is a little faith that I can handle the truth.
I have faith in you. I do have faith in you.
Then where was it today, huh? I always thought you were different from the other men in my life, from the Larrys and the people like my father who manipulated me and betrayed me, always saying it was for my own good.
Don't lump me in with them.
I don't have to. You did it yourself, all by yourself. I want a husband who respects me enough to tell me the truth. If we don't have that, then what kind of a marriage is this?
Five. Emmy, for your thoughts?
Osgood.
Gesundheit.
No. I was thinking about when I was a little girl. I had a cat named Osgood.
You were thinking of a cat? A cat after a night of torrid passion? A cat? A cat?
Listen, Osgood was a true sensualist. After night tomcatting in the neighborhood, he'd come inside, roll over, and stretch and warm his tummy by the fire. I feel just like Osgood right now.
I'll take that as a compliment. I think.
Oh, it is a compliment. There's nothing I'd rather do than stay in this bed. I don't want to leave at all.
Don't. We'll cancel our appointments, forget our responsibilities. We'll stay here and we'll warm our tummies just like Osgood.
Yeah, well, I wish.
Your wish has been granted. You're not going anywhere. Meow.
Meow.
Hey, Clint, glad I caught you before you took off for the banner. I wanted to ask you about... You okay? Looked like you slept standing up last night.
May as well have. Vicki and I had a fight last night. You can guess what caused it.
The search for her daughter?
She thinks I lied to her. Like other men in her life. You know, her father, Larry Wolick. She thinks I kept the truth from her about the father of her child.
Where the hell did she get an idea like that? I hope you set her straight.
Well, that's just it, Bo. She's right. I did keep the truth from her. And because of that, I may very well end up losing her.
I did not, Tina.
You did. You cheated with that last license plate.
I'm telling you, that was a Z. Now, I'm an expert at license plate bingo, and I'm telling you, I won fair and square.
Fine, whatever you say. I just want to lie down and get something to eat, and then I'll win.
No. Tell you what, why don't we just call it a draw? Huh? Hey, this is kind of a neat place. Look at this, like one of those old-time movie cafeterias.
Charming, isn't it?
Yeah.
But, you know, you better hope that the chef is here.
Why?
Because I am so hungry that if I don't eat something
Tell
pretty
me
soon,
about it,
I
girl.
tell you, I don't know.
Here's what you do when you don't find the...
Renee was doing some checking into agencies and shelters in New York, trying to trace Nikki Smith's life back to when she was living there 25 years ago. Fortunately, or unfortunately, depending on how you look at it, she came across a woman named Parsons, who it turns out has worked there over 25 years.
And this Parsons woman, she knew Nikki Smith?
Well, Even more than that, she knew of a fellow that was very important in Nicky's life. A fellow named Leonard.
Leonard? Leonard who?
Well, she couldn't remember any last name. But what she did remember was enough to logically assume that he was Nicky's lover.
Well, this is just the information that Vicky's been hoping for. Why didn't you tell her?
Well, I was going to. Renee beat me to it. She stopped by the house before I got home, and she blurted out the news to Vicky. I didn't have a chance. When I got there, Vicky wasn't just angry, she was furious as hell.
Yeah, well, that's not too hard to understand. Why didn't you just tell her about it as soon as you found out?
Well, I wanted to, Bo, but this Cromwell fella got in the way.
Yeah, but what's more important, some guy who wants to dig up some old letters or the father of Vicky's baby?
What if they're one and the same? You see, Renee doesn't know everything I know. All she had was a name that she discovered, named Leonard. But when I got to checking up on this Leo Cromwell, it turns out that he was studying at New York University the same time that Nicky Smith was living there.
So what? I don't understand. Wait a minute. You're not suggesting that...
That's exactly what I'm suggesting. Ever since Leo Cromwell showed up, he's been erratic. First, he wanted permission to dig up there at the cabin, looking for some old Benjamin Franklin letters. We agreed to that. We even let him use the morgue at the Banner to do some research. Only he wasn't researching Benjamin Franklin. He was reading up on Nicky Smith. And then right after that, he does an about-face, and he wants to leave town and take his daughter along with him.
So you think that Leo is Leonard?
What else can I think? Now, do you see why I have been so hesitant about mentioning this to Vicky? I didn't just have a name. I had a flesh-and-blood suspect with a flesh-and-blood daughter who just might be Vicky's.
But, Clint, this is great. I mean, sure, Vicky was angry at first, but once you told her about Leo and his daughter, you did tell her about them, didn't you?
She was so angry at having heard it from Renee instead of hearing it from me, I didn't have a chance.
What do you mean you didn't have a chance? What kind of an excuse is that? You had all night, Clint. I mean, once she calmed down, you couldn't. No, you had to tell her about it.
It isn't that simple.
Clint, look, I don't want to tell you how to live your life, but I can't understand why you want to keep holding things back from Vicky.
To protect her, Bo.
From what?
From Cromwell. Now, everything I've learned about the fella tells me that he is up to no good, Bo. The man is up to no good.
Here you go. Sit down and enjoy some real food. Pancakes, your favorite.
Christine, you shouldn't have gone to all this trouble.
What trouble? What's a daughter for if she can't spoil her father?
You always did go beyond the call of duty. It's your father that hasn't done his bit.
Would you just eat your pancakes?
No, I mean it. Look, this place was too small for you, and then I move in.
Did you hear me complaining?
No, you never do.
Well,
When I think of all the places I've dragged you to over the years.
you didn't drag me. You gave me a better education than most people dream about.
And their worst nightmares.
Oh, come on. We had some adventures. We had incredible adventures together.
We were nomads with no place to call our own. Maybe that's all right for a man like me, but a young girl deserves a place that she can call home.
My home was with you. You made me feel as if I was living in a fairy tale. Everybody reads about Wonderland. Well, hey, I was there. And I saw it through the eyes of someone I love more than anybody else in this world.
A little girl deserves more than Peter Pan in her life. She needs a father. Let's face it, Christine, I've been worse at that than I've been at archaeology, which is really saying something.
Would you quit talking like this?
Well, what's true, it's true. I never gave you a home or security.
But I had a home. My home was with you. You gave me your love, and that was more security than I needed. And anyway, as for a home, who always said that that's found in one place only? Right here.
It's not fair quoting your father, you know.
Even when he's right?
Cord, is there someone there? Is she all right?
Hi, who are you?
What?
It doesn't matter. Do you know anything about engines?
No, I don't.
Engines, motors, cars. My car won't start and it just has to. Do you hear me? It has to.
Cord?
Calm down. Everything's going to be just fine. Lord Crystal, honey, who is he?
Well, that's Cord Robertson. If you don't let go of me, I swear I'm...
Oh, Lord, have mercy. Okay, how far apart are they now?
5 minutes.
Look, we need to get this woman to a hospital, Tina.
No, we can't. Not now.
Look, it doesn't take a real genius to see that this woman is going to give birth any minute.
Yeah, but we can't. Not now. My damn car won't start.
All right, look, this is no time for family feud, folks. Tina, can we get a stool here, little lady?
Yeah, right here.
I guess Crystal and old Dooley own this place, and it looks like they're gonna have themselves a baby. So why don't you stay here with Crystal, all right? And Dooley, why don't you and I go outside and see if we can do something about that car of yours?
There's not enough time. Honey, don't worry about it. Everything is going to be just fine. Cord is a whiz with mechanical things. He really is. Well, come on, guys. Go fix the engine, will you?
Let's go give it a jump start. Real quick.
Okay, hang in there, honey.
You and that fella Cord, you're being so nice. I don't even know your name. It's Tina. And believe me, you could not have picked a better person to be alone here with. I mean, I know everything there is to know about birthing babies, especially in strange locations.